now she's going to be the board
We
president.
can call the meeting to order.
That's funny.
That's cute.
Notice of this meeting was given to all board members and associates in a meeting notice
Mike's not on.
dated March 13, 2025. Furthermore, on that date, a copy of such notice was sent to the Times, the Trentonian, and the clerk of the Township of Hamilton. It was also posted on the bulletin board at the entrance to the boardroom in the Hamilton Square Administrative Building. Please rise for the flag salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Except during this.
Miss Atwood, roll call.
Ms. Harvey?
Here.
Mr. Kanka?
Here.
Dr. McSheen?
Here.
Ms. Soto?
Here.
Ms. Stanton?
Here.
Ms. Williams?
Here.
Ms. Byrne?
Here.
Dr. Farrar?
Here.
Ms. Thornton?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. So this evening, I'm going to move the agenda around for a bit. Before we go into executive session, we have some special guests here this evening, and I would like to pass it on to Dr. Rocco to introduce our first guests.
Good evening, everyone, and it's a great way to start a meeting when we have lots of students here and we know we have some great presentations ahead of us. So at this time, I am going to invite up the principal of Robinson Elementary School, Mrs. Mallon.
Good evening, and thank you so much for having us here today. I'd like to introduce my three fourth grade teachers. I have Miss Carrie McQueen, Miss Christina Tanay, and Miss Janet Norton. We also have the infamous Rocket Man, Mr. Icona, who is our Robin and our, our consultant here on Rocket Day. And then we also have some of our students. We have Max and Cole. And we have Melania and Malik and Abby and Chloe and Braden. And they're going to give us a little presentation on Rocket Day. So.
All right. We can go out, I guess.
The types of lessons we do are principles of flight. We learn about rocket ships and space history, how to launch, famous astronauts, and NASA simulation.
First, we learn about each job, and then we have to apply for the job that we want most. We apply by filling out an application that has our name, address, experience, and reference, and an essay stating why we think we deserve that job.
The jobs are launch director, second in charge to Mr. I, range safety officer, helps ensure that the guests stay safe in the guests stay in the safe areas. Mission control, takes data and writes it down. Recovery, helps recover the rockets that have been launched. Tracking, tracks the altitude of the rockets. Inspection, inspectors will pre-inspect the rockets. Weather officers will check the wind, speed, wind direction, and parameters for flight. Publicity, promotes the big day and passes out flyers.
This day, we will do a practice launch in the classroom with braking shoulders. Students will determine fin placement in this experiment.
Today's the day we take it outside. We will go out into the field and watch as Mr. I, the Rocket Man, launches a rocket to show us how to safely launch. With the help of our parents, we build our own rocket using kits.
After we build our rockets, we take them home to decorate them and make them our own. And this is my rocket.
So this is just a few pictures we have taken over the years. A couple years ago, we had the 50th anniversary, so we did order some shirts. We had them made for the entire school. Fourth grade got blue because we wanted to make sure that they felt extra special because it is their event. And the rest of the school got to order red. So these are just a few pictures of the students throughout the day doing their different jobs, as well as just hanging out by our balloon arch. Mr. I's famous van, you'll see that. Again, some more pictures of us having him set up the rockets, again in their jobs. This one we have a little video that we get to see them. Each of the students get to actually push the button and launch their rocket. And then we just want to say thank you to the Robinson PTA because they do fund a portion of the rockets, ordering them for us, as well as to Mr. I. He does go and look for grants to apply for the rest of the funding for the rockets.
And Mr. I just wanted to come and say a few words.
It's been a big adventure for me as an educator in the classroom and then continuing the program. In the pictures, you saw that it was year 50. That was 2 years ago. So this year will be year 52 of launching rockets on Robinson School Field. And so I'm very proud of that. It's nice when I see children whose parents were launching with me. And I said, well, that's fun. One of the things I did want to make mention, and this is very important for you as school board members, I followed the curriculum and they have to use all of their skills that they've learned throughout the school year. This is not just building and launching. We're building with a purpose. The rockets come in kits, but they have to design the rocket. It can be 3, 4, or 5 fins. And there's about 12 to 15 different ways that they can configure the rocket. And they have to learn about principles of flight, of aerodynamics. When they apply for their jobs, it's a real application that they fill out. And they have to apply, and they have to have the grades and the skills necessary to be a launch director or tracking or range safety officer, whatever the job entails. We simulate a NASA launch that day. And it's a program that has evolved over the years. In fact, it's been on HTV, television, and I've had all kinds of reporters come out at different times to kind of watch us work. But I just want you to know that I treat them like little scientists. And so we're going through the scientific method when we build and launch these. So I just want to let everybody know that it's not just building and launching. Of course, at the end, I'll launch a couple, but that's beside the point. That's my part. But thank you very much to the school board.
And then lastly, we'd like to invite the entire board and anybody who would like to attend our Rocket Day. We'll send out formal invitations as we get closer, but tentatively we have it set for June 13th and 16th. So be on the lookout for an invite to our Rocket Day. We hope that you can come join us. Thank you.
There's a background little packet. Read that and you'll get the whole history and a lot of information about what we do.
Thank you. Okay, so I would like to thank you. I'd like to thank Robinson. I would like to thank Mr. I would like to thank everyone that is involved in this. 52 years is going to be this year. That's amazing to continue this tradition, and it's a really wonderful program for the kids, so I cannot thank you enough. I'm looking forward to being at the event this year. I know a lot of other board members and staff also love coming to that event, so June 13th, we will be there. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Thornton,
Yes,
over here.
yes.
One year, we actually had the Commissioner of Education attend. So maybe Robinson might like to send a note to the current Commissioner of Education and invite him to join us.
That's a great idea. Thank you. So now we're going to move on to, I'm actually going to ask Dr. Rocco to introduce our next guests this evening.
Yeah, and thank you, Robinson. Again, I had the pleasure to launch a rocket a couple years ago with the Commissioner of Education. That rocket did not go straight, though. And we won't tell you where it landed, but it was fun and exciting and a great day for everybody. So thank you for coming out tonight and talking about Rocket Day. At this time, I'm going to invite up Mrs. Vassal and the staff that have come with her for our proclamation on Disability Awareness Month.
Good evening, Dr. Rocco, members of the board. Thank you so much for having us. We have some wonderful members of our science school family here to celebrate March as Disability Awareness Month, and then also to kick off Aware Because We Care Day, which is in June. So now I'd like to invite Ms. Timtishin, Ms. Harchick, Ms. Teray, and Mrs. Boyle, along with Ivan, Declan, Jeremiah, Pablo, Gael, and Calvin. And Calvin is the same Calvin that you met, Dr. Rocco. Dr. Rocco came for a visit a few weeks ago, and Calvin had specifically requested that Dr. Rocco come and ask him a question. I believe it was about blocked websites, but okay.
Yeah, we're gonna go. I'll go there.
All right, this can come on. Okay, so are you guys ready? Okay, let's let the board members get settled so they can see your wonderful posters that we made, and we can read our proclamation for Aware Because We Care. Okay. Wait, hold on. He's so excited. Okay, ready?
Yes. Whereas every student is unique, special, and brings something important to our school and Calvin. Why only one? We believe that it is our differences to make our school a fun and exciting place to learn. And I'm ready. Go ahead. Whereas Aware Because We Care Day reminds us that everyone is important and we all have something special to share. And
whereas the theme for this year, We Are All Unique, compares us to a box of crayons. Each crayon is different in color, but together they make a beautiful picture. And
whereas by celebrating makes us different, we create a school where everyone feels accepted, loved, and valued.
switch.
Now therefore, now therefore, we declare June 6th to be Aware Because We Care Day, a day to celebrate all the unique and amazing things about each of us. Let's remember that together we are stronger and our school is complete when we embrace everyone.
All right, thank you, everyone. Awesome job. And we will be celebrating again on June 6th. Good job. Can you guys hold your paper so that we can get a picture? Hold your sign.
Turn that off because we have a meeting.
I feel bad for them.
Go ahead, say thank you.
She wanted to say something so
you.
bad.
No, I got.
The Q didn't get to talk.
Yeah, right. They moved her around.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Good job.
So while everyone is getting settled, I would like to thank Say in School and our amazing students. That was wonderful. And I do have to say, yes, on June 6th, I believe it is, right? On June 6th, we will be celebrating, but there are a lot of things that we can take away from what our kids read to us tonight, and we should always be celebrating how unique and special everyone is. So not just on one day, but every day. So thank you. So at this time, I'm going to ask for a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
Second. Aye. Opposed, abstained, motion passes.
Whereas NJSA 10:4-13 requires adoption of the board to go into executive session, be it resolved that the board pursuant to the Open Public Meeting Act, New Jersey, Title 18A, and the Hamilton Township Board of Education Bylaw, number 0166, hereby enter executive session to discuss a matter involving student matters and matters falling under the attorney-client privilege. Be it further resolved that the minutes of this executive session shall be made public following formal action by the board and/or at the conclusion of any investigation, due process proceeding, or litigation, so long as not prohibited by law and so long as the need for maintaining confidentiality no longer exists. Back to order. And at this time, I'm going to start with our student representatives. We'll start with Gino Di Natale from Hamilton East Steiner. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So this week at Steiner, this past Thursday was the junior prom at Stone Terrace. Steiner is hosting, or well, we hosted music in our schools yesterday for the strings. Tonight we're hosting for the band, and not tomorrow, April 2nd, we're hosting for vocal. The One Hamilton Career and College Fair is April 1st at Steiner as well. The gallery classes took a trip to Washington, D.C. 2 weeks ago. There they met Justice Samuel Alito, and they also toured around Washington. They saw Bernie Sanders, and Annie came as well, which is super cool. The after prom volleyball tournament was this month as well. Spring sports opened up this week. Track had their first meet today at Steiner. The Athletic Hall of Fame ceremony is April 5th. Easter baskets are being made for children in hospitals. We're collecting items to make Easter baskets for these children. Our robotics team won their first competition at Warren Hills High School this past weekend. And finally, the Jazz Fest was hosted at Steiner March 8th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will go to Hamilton North, Nottingham, Lanai Odom.
Hello. Okay, I don't have too much to say. To start off, our play in our 8th grade open house was a very good success. There was a lot of people who came out for both. I was there for the play for one night to watch, and it was just a lovely atmosphere, if you will. I wasn't there for the 8th grade open house, though, but I heard a lot of very good things of that. Our junior prom is this Friday, March 28th. Our senior prom is April 25th, just a month away. We started doing alumni meetings. This month we had Mr. Mike Duncan come in. He had a very inspirational story. He talked to every grade level in our library for, I believe, just a period, second period. He just talked about his experience in high school and gave a lot of insight on high school for, students. We don't get a lot of conversation from people that we need to talk to. So it was nice for him to come in and speak. And lastly, student government started selling these little marine theme. I don't know if you guys remember, I talked about they had these other little toys for Valentine's Day. This time they're doing marine themed toys to collect money. And that's all I have for remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now Hamilton West, Cameron Mooney.
Hello. So West just recently wrapped their musical production of Something Rotten. It was March 6th, 7th, and 8th. The show was very fun, and we had lots of good reviews from family and the audience. Our 8th grade orientation was March 12th. That was also a success. Students toured around the school, led by our student government and peer leadership members. We had many sports tables in our auditorium and new clubs like HH West Hope, which is a Hispanic organization promoting education, and Hamilton HOSA, which is Health Occupational Students of America. Our junior prom is April 11th. We have a theme of Great Gatsby, and we have been selling tickets all this week. Spring sports have started, like track, baseball, lacrosse, softball. We had our first meet today against Ewing and Heightstown. Our spring break Spirit Week will be starting also on April 11th. We have a bunch of cool themes like neon, music representation, time travel, and luau, with our spring door decorating contest as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So before we move on to our presentation, I would like to congratulate one of our student representatives from Nottingham, so New Jersey School Boards Association, Unsung Hero. So congratulations. So at this time, I'm going to move on. I'm going to change the agenda around a little bit so we can move on to our presentation that we have here for this evening. I will say, if I can, I know that we have a sign-up sheet for hearing of the public, but this is a presentation that we're going to be having. And if you had signed up for hearing of the public to ask a question in regards to the presentation, you're still more than welcome to do that, but you can ask the question during the presentation and afterwards. I don't want you to think that you have to wait for hearing of the public to ask any kind of a question in regards to the presentation, okay? So Dr. Rocco?
Yes, thank you. So I'm going to use my time from the superintendent's report to do part of a presentation about the proposed new preschool building on the site where Robinson Elementary School is. And then we do have our architects from Spiesel Architecture here, Scott Downey, who will do the second part of the presentation. where I can and can't stand. So how far can I go? So if you do have questions, we do have a microphone for you, and actually, I'm just going to ask Mr. O'Boyle to have the microphone over here. As I said, there are two parts to this. This is my part, and then Scott Downey will do the second part, which is about the actual design. So a couple things about why a preschool. In general, when you look at why would we put a preschool in, it's all about student readiness. It helps with social emotional readiness. We get early academic preparedness for kids and intervention if students are struggling. And it gives access for our families in a way that's a little more equal access to students and families around a building, around a district. Long-term aspect of this is students who actually attend a preschool program, they actually are more likely to graduate high school, attend a college, and have a higher earning income as an adult. So I think that's very important. And then when you look at our district in particular, and why are we saying we need a high school? We need to address academic and behavioral and social challenges that some of our students have experienced entering kindergarten, but ultimately, isn't it worth giving kids a year advanced training and a leg up to learning and the environment? This is a benefit for all children in this district. So, again, going on the theme of why a preschool. Well, we met for years, literally, on the facility strategic plan. And if you came to any one of those meetings or multiple meetings, at some time the topic of a preschool was talked about. And it has been a hope of this district for over a decade to be able to offer an opportunity to educate our 3- and 4-year-olds in our district. When you do that, you look at how many kids are eligible for preschool, and it's called your universe. And the universe is the universe of 3-year-olds and the universe of 4-year-olds. And there are about 900 students in the 3-year-old universe at any given time and 900 students in the 4-year-old universe. So about 1,800 kids. I want to stop for a second and be very clear. This plan at this moment of time is not designed to educate 1,800 kids that are not in our schools right now. I know that that is something that's been talked about in the community. That is not what the design is for at this moment. When you look at the facility strategic plan and the analysis that was done and the needs in this district, we don't have extra classrooms across the district. We are still growing. And so we need to have space somewhere else outside of the existing space that we have in our district. Currently, we do have a very limited preschool program. Part of it is for some of our Title I students, and part of it is for our special education students. But it is extremely limited in our school system. If you actually go into the report and you look at the report from the Facility Strategic Plan that was presented in January and was put on the website in January, we talked about recommendations. And there are 2 recommendations that are important when it comes to the New Jersey Department of Education and involving grants. The first is to apply for a grant to fund staffing for a preschool program. And that's great if you have classrooms, if you have space. We don't have that. So we have to go to the second bullet, which is a grant that typically doesn't exist in the state to provide construction costs to build space for a preschool program. Once we get that in place, if the board chooses to put that in place, and let's say that they do, then we would go towards the second grant. And like any grant, I'll be very clear. A grant is dependent on if the money is available and if the program is still in place. So this was a recommendation to go for straight grants to offset cost. So the second recommendation was to build a new preschool building or add on an expansion to an existing school or schools to increase the number of students enrolled in a preschool program. And then ultimately continue to grow that until we meet at least our 4th grade universe of 900 students. Not in a year, not in 18 months, over a period of years. This takes time. So, from the Facility Strategic Plan, we also talked about funding. The district did apply for the second grant, Okay, so we did apply for this second bullet here. And we were accepted into the preschool facilities expansion grant that will pay 40% of the construction costs. And the estimate of the cost to the district is approximately $17.5 million, and the state would pay approximately $11.7 million. The approval letter is actually Appendix 1 in the Facility Strategic Planning Report. The grant was a one-time offer when $120 million was included in the governor's budget for preschool facility expansion. And this facility for this project would house up to 350 preschool students. Again, not near our universe. And the grant can be used for, the grant funds cannot be used for anything but what the New Jersey Department of Education has approved as a preschool facility expansion project at Robinson. Okay, so why Robinson? 3 locations were identified and submitted for the grant. And technically that means we submitted 3 different grants, right? One for each of the facilities. We submitted to repurpose 2 buildings. Park Avenue, which is where the administrative building is. The municipal building, if by chance when the township moves over, we had an opportunity to renovate that and put a preschool in there. And we also submitted for Robinson. The other 2 buildings on December 12th, 2024 were denied, and the district asked us, the state asked us to remove those applications. So, going again, why Robinson? It's the 3rd location. It was an acceptable location to the state. It's geographically, it geographically complements the existing 2 buildings. It's a current building, and the site accounts for 11% of the overall site area. And Robinson offers site access in the rear of the building, which could be used for the separate preschool entry and parking area, connecting the existing parking to new parking. And you'll see that in a design in a couple of minutes. So clarifying some of the funding and where the funding is coming from. It's not from the board's general fund and proposed tax increase. The $11 million is a state grant. It's a one-time opportunity as part of this $120 million expansion grant included in fiscal year 23 Governor Murphy's budget. The $17 million remaining amount would be financed through the Mercer County Improvement Authority under a new law that exists. Payments to MCIA will not increase debt service levy as they will replace a debt payment that expires on June 30th. And then the other expansion aid, the other state grant, annually funds all preschool operations for teachers, staff, supplies, materials, and busing. Am I correct? Where's Ms. Atwood? And busing. So it also provides an opportunity for the funding of or offset the cost of busing. We would apply for that second if the board approved us to move forward on the Robinson project, and that was getting constructed, and then we would apply for that. So why does it seem like it's moving so fast? And that's a question that comes up. So in March of 2023, the DOE announced that this was available. In May of 2023, the board approved submission of projects for this grant. In December of 2024, the grant was returned to our district, and we were told to remove the administrative building and the municipal building from our grant proposals. And so we did. In December of 2024, on the 20th, the DOE approved the eligible costs at 40% state funding for the Robinson project. January of 2025, I presented the facility strategic plan to the Board of Education that included all of this information. At that same time, the board approved a resolution to move forward with the process to finance the local share through the Mercer County Improvement Authority. On that same date, the board approved Spiesel Architects, which is our architect of record, to design construction drawings for the preschool addition. And then in February of this year, the DOE issued its final approval of Robinson Preschool Expansion Grant application. It's a grant application. It moves quick once you are accepted into the program, and things happen very quickly. If you've ever been a grant writer and received a grant, they're usually short time frames in which you have to apply for, you get the funding, you have to move forward with things, and there are deliverables that the state wants or the person granting the money wants, and we have to move on a little quicker pace than if we were doing it a different way. So we put together a couple FAQs, and I don't necessarily want to read from these, but I think it's important because they are the questions that have come up often as we've talked about this project over the last couple months. And also, we're going to put this up online. You're welcome to take as many pictures as you like, but we will have this available for you first thing tomorrow morning. So first question is this going to house 1,000 students? No, it's not. The maximum number of students is 350 students, and we most likely would ramp up to that level. So I really believe we would not open the doors at 350. There is a process of building towards 350. Will Robinson Elementary School that exists right now, will they be responsible for the preschool? The answer is no. This is a building that is an addition onto Robinson, but will be its own separate building. It has its own office for a principal, its own guidance office, its own nurse's office, its own cafetorium, and its own library. So it is its own separate building. Will the preschool start and end times be the same as Robinson? So right here, I'm not a yes or no, most likely not. Right now, our preschools start on a different schedule than our elementary schools, and we most likely will stay on a different schedule because it makes for a better entrance into the building and exit into the building for all students involved. One of the biggest questions is traffic. Will buses park on the street and will students need to walk up to the school? The answer is no, and you're going to see in a couple minutes a design with a bus loop for the new building that can be used by both buildings. That would take buses off of Gropp and Hempstead. So they would come in, they drop kids off, and they would leave. The other design with the parent drop-off is a one-way off of Gropp, where right now we're saying right turn only, but it might not be. We'd have to have the police department come out and traffic come out and make sure it's okay. But if it was a right turn coming from Arena on Gropp, right turn into the parking lot that exists right now, straight down to a new parking lot with a drop-off zone, out to Hempstead, make a right. So all that traffic is out towards Arena, moving through for both drop-off and pickup of both schools. Is the entire front of the new building going to be parking in blacktop? No, but the initial design did have a very large bus loop that consumed a large portion of the grass. We have actually reduced that significantly, and I appreciate Spiesel for making an adjustment to that. And there may be still a little bit of room to move the loop just slightly closer to the staff parking on the side, but you'll see that in a couple minutes. Will there be a separate playground for preschool and kindergarten, K-5? Yeah, actually, this design includes two brand new playgrounds, a preschool playground and a K-5 playground. No existing playgrounds would be removed. Are there other preschools in New Jersey with 2 stories? Yes. So through our research, district-wide, many of the preschool buildings are 2 stories. Some examples include South Brunswick, New Brunswick, Perth Amboy, and Piscataway, who has 3 preschools with 2 stories. New Jersey Department of Ed regulations specifically permit preschools up to 2 stories. Why have an interior courtyard? So courtyards interior-wise are to provide space for natural sunlight to get into the classrooms and so that there is ventilations into the classrooms. And many of our schools have interior courtyards already. Does the courtyard impact egress from the 2nd floor? No. The courtyard does not impact egress from the 2nd floor as the stairs exit directly to the outside. Then a question was, in event of an emergency, how will 3- and 4-year-olds exit the building? Each room will have an egress plan, and the building is designed to maximize egress time with 2-hour rated stairwells, which Spiesel will explain in a minute, use of non-combustible materials, and it will be fully fire suppressed. In addition, the school will conduct fire drills each month as required by law. Okay, so what's the next step? Tonight, Scott Downey is going to present in a moment. The Board of Education is going to consider an amendment to continue the funding potential through the Improvement Authority. And the reason why it's on again today is there are a couple of adjustments here that the authority has asked. Number one, this will be a project labor agreement, so the PLA will be in place. We're going to codify the financing, resulting in no increase in debt service tax levy, and it's going to set a maximum amount that can be borrowed. Beyond tonight, in the April meeting, the BOE will vote to accept the grant and vote on the final drawings. And that is the process and where we are at this time. With that, we're going to wait to ask any questions that the board has or the public has, because I think you want to see Scott's presentation first. So Scott?
I can use the pointer here. All right. Terrific, thank you. My name is Scott Downey. I'm a principal with the Spiesel Architectural Group, and we'll just kind of walk you through, I'm sorry, am I in the right place? I don't want to block anybody's view. We'll walk you through kind of the architectural side of what Dr. Rocco was referring to. So what you see on the screen is an existing aerial view of Robinson. So as was mentioned, Robinson as a site, there are several sites in the district that have property, but Robinson is unique. Number one, there is a fair amount of open space at Robinson. Number two, the ability to make the connection, have two separate entrances, and improve traffic flow is a situation that is much easier to accommodate here at Robinson than at many of the other campuses in the district. So the existing building here is just under 40,000 square feet. It is a single-story building at Robinson. That building represents about 10.5% of the site. And then obviously there's the playgrounds and so forth. So if you can see, can't see my pointer, so we'll go to Plan B here. Just to orient you, so if you're not familiar with Robinson, Gropp Avenue is at the top of the screen. Hempstead is at the bottom. The existing entrance to Robinson is right here off of Gropp Avenue. There are several play areas around that you see on the site view. And there's a drive and parking to the left right here. Now I left the pointer over here, but obviously I need that to move the slide. So there we go. Okay, so we looked at an addition that would connect on this side, the open side of the site at Robinson. It is proposed as a two-story addition. And the reason for that primarily being that it keeps the building fairly compact. So it doesn't take up a huge amount of the site, still gives us the ability to have open space. So just to kind of walk you through some of the features that you see here. So main entrance to the elementary school, as I mentioned, is off of Gropp. The entrance to the early childhood pre-K center would be off of the Hempstead side. Now this addition, which is shown in blue, is designed to be a standalone building. It has its own entrance, has an office, the administration will be based there, the classrooms, the support space, everything is there for a fully functioning early childhood center. But there are advantages to making the connection with the Robinson Elementary School in the way it's shown. It allows resources to be shared between those buildings if desired. So if the kids were going to do an activity and they were going to use the library within the elementary school or vice versa, that can happen within an interior circulation. Also, if all the buses or drop-off or activities needed to happen on one side versus the other, that could be facilitated with the ability to walk through the corridors and connect through the building. So we have connected to the existing corridors. Our wing extends those and loops that around. The other features you see, this is the existing parking lot for Robinson Elementary, which we're proposing to continue, which would allow that traffic flow that Dr. Rocco described from Gropp down through Hempstead. There is a drop-off area here that would be monitored, probably would have features like a slightly raised island or crosswalk markings, and drop-off and pickup would be facilitated in that area. The bus loop would be here. So this has been adjusted, as was mentioned. The bus loop is smaller, the staff parking in the middle, a little more compact, so we leave more of the site open. That's part of the development that has occurred as this has moved forward. And as Dr. Rocco mentioned, the final location of this and how it sits on the site is still being finalized and might be shifted over a little bit. So main entrance here with a canopy at the entrance, and then as you go in, I'm going to reorient you here. So the entrance is at the top. There's an office area here with various offices, support spaces. The entrance to the pre-K center would be the same as we endeavor to create at all schools, with a secure vestibule. So visitors can be ID checked, monitored as they come in before they're admitted into the building. There's a multi-purpose space here in the center of the building that would be used for a variety of activities, including lunch and active sorts of exercises with the kids. Then you see various classrooms. So those are in green that go around on the first floor. Nurses station, faculty space. This room here is identified as a reading room or a library type space, but it is basically a classroom. So it could also be used that way as well. Now the basic configuration of the building is you have the entrance, and then the gray areas here, you have the corridor which circulates you to both sides. There are two stairways here and here. So those stairways exit out directly out of the building, and they would bring the exiting down from the second floor directly out of the building. Now, as was mentioned, the building is designed to be as safe as a school can be. Materials are largely non-combustible. They satisfy the code requirements for that term. The building would be fully suppressed with fire suppression, sprinklers. And the corridors, stairways would have a rating, a fire rating. So the stairways would be designed with a 2-hour fire rating. The code actually would only require a 1-hour rating, but given the use in the building and the young age of the kids, we're designing those to have a 2-hour fire rating. And they're also being designed with a area of refuge. So at the top landing, in each stairway, it would be set up with what's called an area of refuge. So in the case that someone was called in a wheelchair or there were other devices involved, that top of the landing is a safe place where they can wait. There's communication devices that are installed there. They can talk to first responders in the case of an emergency, and they have the ability to be sheltered there until a rescue can arrive. This is a common feature that is designed in many buildings, not just schools. But that would be the case here for both stairways. The second floor, now obviously this is unique to the pre-K center as Robinson does not have a second floor. So the exiting would be a corridor to the stair and then directly out to the building. The multi-purpose space is shown here because it has a higher volume, just like the space we're in now. So it would have a higher ceiling and satisfy the requirements for that type of space. In addition to the classrooms on this level, you have several small group instruction rooms that can be programmed in flexible ways, depending on what the educational curriculum needs. Each of the classrooms is equipped with a bathroom within the classroom, which is a requirement for early childhood spaces in New Jersey. So you see those are all located off of each classroom, that there are bathrooms that are dedicated to each of those classrooms. So the teacher can have that activity happening without having to leave the room, makes supervision easier. So in terms of what the building would look like, so I'm going to show you several images. So this is potentially the front to the left-hand side, if you will. We tried to look at materials that would reflect and carry forward what is at Robinson, so the campus has a cohesive look to it. And this includes masonry, colored masonry, some panels that are part of the window system, a couple of accents, trying to accent the entrance area. This is a view more directly from Hempstead, so looking right at the building. Again, basically the view you saw before. You see the parking and the bus drive located here. This is just around the other side of the entrance. We're creating some accent areas with lighter color masonry and so forth that you see around the building. Now within the courtyard, and as was mentioned, the creation of a courtyard is common in schools. It allows natural light to be maintained into all the classrooms. It also, in today's day and age, courtyards take on a different character as well. They are a secure place within the building where kids can do outside activities where they are separated from the broader site, the broader community. Courtyards are set up so that you can always egress out of those corridors without restriction. So you cannot get locked into a courtyard in a school building or any other building based on the way it gets set up by code. So what you're looking at here would be the multi-purpose room, creating a kind of an open trellis outside, providing a little bit of shade and an activity area that could occur there. So art and other activities could be taken outside as desired. Just a slightly different view. There are some very nice trees in that courtyard that's at Robinson now. So those would be maintained. And that's what you see here. This is from the building, looking at the existing Robinson side of that courtyard. So this is a view from GROP. So this is actually looking at Robinson Elementary School as it exists right now from the GROP Avenue side. And we're showing you this because we wanted you to see that, you know, the new pre-K center is a two-story building, so it is a little bit higher than Robinson. But when you look at it from Gropp Avenue, or if you will, more or less from what the neighbors would view, it doesn't stick a huge amount up above the existing building. You know, the perspective is that mitigates the height a little bit, but that's what that view would basically look like for the view from Gropp Avenue. And with that, happy to, you want to take questions, I think, yes?
Yeah, I think the board's going to come back here, and then we'll take some questions.
Okay, so
yeah, you're gonna
I'm
go in
going to
order?
start, if I can, Mr. Kanka, I'm going to start with you. Do you have any questions?
Okay, thank you.
No?
Just,
We're ready.
well, first of all, I would like to thank Scott and your team for a very nice presentation. And I mean, some of the questions that have come up in the past were with the traffic issues, and there was some questions from the board that had come up, and some other entities throughout the township. And I think a lot of those were answered with the redesign of the parking area, and trying to keep the traffic to a minimum on Hempstead Avenue, which was basically more of the concern for most of the citizens around. So I want to thank you for that. And I also would like to say that I think the views that you showed us give us a real now look at what could possibly be in the future. And hopefully that some of the concerns that the citizens have will be reduced at this time to say, wow, this is really a nice looking project. And if something else comes up in the future, I'll bring my concerns to the superintendent. But as of right now, I don't have really anything of concern other than what was already addressed by the superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kanka. Mrs. Byrne?
Yeah. Do we know how old the Robinson building is? The existing building?
I don't have that, but it's probably over 50 years old.
1961?
So
64?
I guess just a question. I'm not, a builder, but are we concerned at all, with keeping everything up to code, connecting the two buildings? Is that going to be an issue at all?
So when we design school additions in New Jersey, and this is not unique to this situation, we designed them with what's called a firewall separation. So kind of like I was describing with the stairs, where you have a 2-hour enclosure, you have what's called a 2-hour firewall separation. So the doors, the wall, everything between the two buildings has a 2-hour rating. When you pass through that door in one direction or the other, you're effectively passing into a different building from a code perspective. So that's a common practice, and it's one that we're exercising here between the two buildings.
That's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Byrne. Mrs. Williams?
Thank you. I wanted to thank you for the presentation. It gave me even a better understanding of the layout and how it would really look, and it all came together. As far as questions, I don't really have any because I really think that Dr. Rocco in his presentation addressed all the questions that I had prior. So with that being said, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Williams. Ms. Harvey?
Thank you. Just a few questions. Thank you for the presentation. I know in the facility strategic plan, we identified 15 schools that don't have enough staff parking. In the design that you included, did you allocate enough spaces for the building to operate at maximum capacity?
So our parking layout, as it's shown and was just presented, adds 95 spaces to what is at Robinson. I don't have the count for what's there now, but I think that's.
I did a quick count. It should address 100% of the staff on both sides.
And then another question is, in terms of thinking forward to expanding in the future, I know on the facility strategic plan, Robinson was identified as both building up and out. So in your design, did you allocate for the fact that in the future we might want to go up in the future for the other half?
So there's nothing being done here that would prohibit your ability to go up at Robinson. Now going up at an existing one-story school is a bit of a loaded proposition for two reasons. One, structures are not always designed to support that, so sometimes you have to do a separate structure to accommodate it. But the larger challenge is that you really can't build a school over a school that's functioning, right? So you have to make accommodation for those kids for the period of, say, a year to be somewhere else. So that's really the logistical challenge associated with it, but there's nothing here that would prohibit that from happening.
Thank you. And then final question on your slide 7 that features the looking out from Hempstead towards the new construction. It has a island. Is that just aesthetic or is that like a traffic control island?
So there's the bus loop and there's parking in the bus loop, which would be used by staff. The area right along Hempstead, not really shown in these images, but would receive landscaping and other improvements associated with that, which would change the view a little bit from what you saw there. And then there is a space between the visitor drop-off drive and the bus drive, which again would probably receive landscaping. We want to keep them physically separate because bus traffic, car traffic, we always try to, I think I'm, there you go. Bus traffic, car traffic, we always try to keep them separate just to for safety reasons.
And then, I'm sorry, I did have one other question. In terms of once you've completed this plan, do we as a board need to seek out any additional approval that we haven't sought, such as the planning board?
So the process for school projects, this one included, when the initial submission to the Department of Education is made, a copy of that is sent to the local planning board. The local planning board has a period of time to comment. I don't believe we received any comments. The Department of Education allows that window to expire and/or receive comments before they issue their approval, and in this case, they were satisfied because that submission was made. We are not required to make a further submission for a school project to the local planning board. That is effectively the submission as part of the process. But this building, like any other building, will have to be submitted for building code review and so forth before it actually gets constructed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Ms. Stanton?
Yes, thank you for the presentation this evening. I don't have any questions. Ms. Harvey had already asked the questions I had, and they've been answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stanton. Dr. Ferrara.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Thornton. Nice to see you again, Scott. Thank you for the presentation. I do have several questions. The stairs in the building, are they standard size stairs, or do you size them knowing that there's going to be preschool students there?
So they are standard stairs. So they, consistency in stairs is a code goal, but they would be standard stairs. Now, there would be other features in the building that would be sized. So the bathroom, toilets, for example, would be early childhood height and so forth. So there are adjustments that get made in other locations.
The other thing I'm interested in is this refuge area. And as I understand it, it's a holding area in case of an emergency. How many people can a refuge area hold? I noticed there's 2 on each floor.
So the stair itself is effectively a refuge area. I keep crossing the wrong
Do you mean the landing of the stair?
So the stair itself, because it's a 2-hour rated stair, is effectively a refuge area. But the area of refuge we're talking about is the upper landing. So it's a little bit bigger than a typical landing, so that you could have several wheelchairs or several, strollers, or even a gurney, an emergency gurney, that could be held there for a period of time until assistance can be brought in. The communication devices are there so that first responders can be spoken to, and that communication can occur. And that area provides a safe place for that to happen.
So then it couldn't be a place where a group of children and adults could stand, like if we have 11 classrooms upstairs and 2 refuge areas, we couldn't disperse those number of people into the refuge areas.
So they would go into the stair. They would work their way down, and again, that's part of why it's a 2-hour rated stair, so that entire structure is effectively a refuge area.
So when you say a 2-hour rated stair, what does that mean?
So fire ratings are designed so that a feature of a building, be it a door, a window, a wall, in this case a stair, are tested, and certain materials are used that are tested, so that in a worst case scenario, there's a fire outside of that stair, the materials are designed to hold up and protect the occupants of that building within that stair for a 2-hour period.
Okay. Oh, and my last question is there, in the case of emergency, is there a passage to the roof if we had to evacuate kids up? Is that part of the plan?
No, not for an evacuation purpose. There would be access to the roof, but it would be more for service-oriented activities. The roof is not really a place where we typically evacuate in a school, because you don't have the proper safety features and so forth on a rooftop. But there is not a stair that goes up to the roof. It would be a ladder and a hatch that provides maintenance access.
And the egresses off the center playground, how big are they? Obviously, you could get a stretcher in, kids out, a vehicle?
They're not designed to have a vehicle in the courtyard. You could move like a handheld mower or those types of devices through. It's a double door, kind of like you see, you have single doors here. But,
okay.
It is effectively a double door like you see there. So you'd be able to open it to get a 6-foot opening. And you could pass anything through there, but you would not be able to drive a car into that area, for example.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Farrar. Ms. Soto?
Thank you so much for the presentation. Just a few clarifying questions to make sure I understood the images correctly. So currently, Robinson, the buses park on Gropp and the children get off. So now with the extension of the faculty parking lot through to Hempstead, would the buses will not go down there? Okay.
No, the bus loop would be designed for the buses to go in, and then where the faculty lot is, that would be for parent drop-off instead of, If you've ever been at any of our elementary schools, the roads are lined with parents dropping kids off. Instead, they would come through, there'd be a special designated area where they would stop, open the door, let the kids out, and move the car. So it would be that constant motion going through. Now, parents could have the option of parking on the street and walking their children up, and some may do that. But it should reduce the number of cars that do that.
Okay. And that's what I was ultimately trying to understand. So I don't think I have any other questions. I think, ultimately my concern, or initially my concern was the impact on the neighborhood. And so I appreciate the visuals with the aerial view and seeing the addition put on, making it just essentially a connected square. I don't know, I had envisioned it further out and almost closer to the sidewalk. So it was nice seeing the amount of space there is there and it maintaining the integrity of the existing building and the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Soto. Dr. McSheen?
Yeah, thanks again for the presentation. I think it was really helpful to hear it walked through. I did have questions on both the building and also the program as a whole. Should I ask all of them now or just the? Okay, then I'll just kind of walk through my list. So given that there's an estimated 900 eligible pre-K students, obviously there'll have to be some kind of selection process. Where do we see that going? Is there laws mandating that there's?
So we would go to some of the districts that have done this before and discuss how they've done the process, but it would typically be a lottery process to start for families that are interested.
I was wondering if there's precedent for needs-based.
Yes,
pre-K.
that would be priority.
Okay, great. Accessibility. So how has the building really accommodated accessibility considerations, especially for students and staff who might have reduced mobility?
So the building will be designed to be fully accessible. So from the point you arrive on campus, from a parking location, from the bus drive, from the drop-off, would be fully accessible through the site to the building entrance. The building entrances, there is an elevator in the plan for circulation between the two floors. All the classroom doors and bathrooms would be designed to be fully accessible. So it is a fully accessible building.
And I guess along the same lines, are there any important considerations for special education or students with special needs? And how is that regulated by the state and the town?
Yeah, so I'll open that up to Ms. Audino.
Yeah, so I'll just restate the question. So are there any important considerations for special education students and students with special needs? And how are these regulated by the state design and such?
So basically, it's ADA compliant, the building that we put together, so there's nothing else that would need to be met in order for us to meet the needs of the students, and then go along with the questions that Dr. Farrar asked about steps and things like that. We would have related service providers, which are physical therapists, occupational therapists that would work with our students that did have needs that would need assistance with manipulating the building.
Thank you. All right. And again, I thought it was helpful to have the aerial design of the current and the proposed project. I think people will notice, obviously there's going to be a reduction in green space in the grassy area. It looked like a large chunk of the building is going on to where the blacktop is, I think, currently. But I was wondering if you could kind of comment on, the amount of green space that will be impacted and if that's maybe potentially impacting the drainage or any kind of environmental item there.
So the site drainage is all being designed now to make sure that it satisfies all requirements, handles required amounts of water, storms, and so forth. And there would be some retainage that would happen probably underneath the existing parking lot. I'm echoing again, sorry. So that's all part of the site design that's underway right now.
Thank you. And just the last one, you know, I was kind of asking my fellow board members and staff of, you know, in our minds, what's the newest building we have in our district and such. And obviously in the last like 20, 30 years, there's been a push for energy efficiency and different standards. And I was wondering if you can comment on how your design takes that into consideration and, you know, things along that route.
Sure. So energy efficiency, building design has changed a lot. So this building will have a highly efficient mechanical system. So heating and cooling the building will take less energy than older buildings with older systems. Things like lighting will all be LED, will be high efficiency. Lighting controls will allow for automatic, you know, programming, turning on and off, and so forth. So all of the energy efficiency features that we typically are incorporating in schools are found in this design. But overall, it will lead to a much more efficient operation by comparison to some of your older buildings which have, you know, older boilers and older mechanical systems.
And in a similar area, can you talk about how there might be air conditioning and where that aligns with the school, and does that impact Robinson, things like that?
We're not at this point redoing the mechanical systems in Robinson, so this building is being designed separately from that.
But there is air conditioning proposed for this?
Well, I don't know that we've fully made that decision yet. I mean, we're allowing for it to have air conditioning, so I would assume yes.
Okay.
I just made the decision.
Yes, I think.
Well, can I dovetail on that? To Jason's point, if we're going to air conditioning the preschool, why wouldn't we include Robinson?
Separate systems, there's electrical upgrades that have to be done at Robinson, which are part of our plan to do electrical upgrades there. So we have to do that first before we would do the air handlers. And Brian has a comment on that.
Follow that up.
Hold on.
Our engineering group is sizing the new service for the Robinson Pre-K building to handle future AC in the existing Robinson building, should that become a project, you know, over time.
That's Brian Eves, he's working on the project also.
Thank you.
I think that's the end of my interrogation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McSheen. So I did have a few questions myself, but some of my board members have actually already asked the questions. But in regards to the courtyard, and we do see the egress that you had mentioned from the courtyard. Is there egress on both sides, or is the egress just on one, since you have to go through the building?
So currently Robinson's classrooms have doors that also allow egress from the courtyard. So about half of the classrooms in the existing building would have direct egress into and out of the courtyard. And we're assessing it. If we need to add a separate entrance on the other side or in another location, that'll be adjusted as we move through the design.
Okay, so it's basically, we're looking to add it as the necessity rises for multiple egresses out of the courtyard.
Yeah, so there are code requirements regarding occupancy levels and the egress necessary to evacuate, and we're in the process of finalizing those calculations now.
I appreciate that, thank you. So at this time, I do want to open it up to the public for questions, unless any other board members have any follow-up questions.
Would it be better if we had Scott sit with senior staff next to a microphone? This way, he doesn't have to worry about the speaker and humming, and then we can set up for the mic. Mr. O'Boyle, if we can set up for the public, if anybody wants to speak over by the screen.
So any members of the public here this evening that have a question, we just ask that you please come up to the microphone so that we can hear the question, as well as anyone watching at home can also hear the questions that are being asked and the answers. So I'll start if anyone just wants to raise their hand if they'd like to come up. Please, come up. Just state your name for the record if you don't mind. Thank you.
My name is John Muca. I'm a lifelong Hamilton resident. I got a couple categories of questions, actually. Are we going to talk about the funding at this point or just about the building itself?
We can talk about everything.
Everything, okay. All right, so we're getting a free building, basically, because the state's paying for some of it and Mercer County is paying for the rest. My question is about the staffing. Now, you'd mentioned that there's a grant to cover that. Is that for a limited time only, the first year, or does that go on indefinitely?
So I'm going to turn that over to Ms. Atwood to talk about that grant.
Yes, the state's had various preschool grants, but the existing one is for every year. So you first have to submit a plan, and they require you to have a phase-in plan, because not everybody, including us, would be able to house everybody for the whole year. So you submit the plan, they approve it, and then all the cost every year, you submit the number of teachers, supplies, et cetera, and they approve the funding for that. Each year, there's a process moving forward.
Okay, so there's some risk going forward that it might not be approved in the future.
Once you're approved for the program, you will be continually approved. The risk going forward is our annual risk of state aid and,
Well, yeah,
and
right.
everything. But no, once you're in the program, they don't take you out.
Okay, do we know an approximate cost of the staffing that the state is going to pay for under the grant?
No, I looked at it. Was it 15,000 a staff? I don't remember. I just looked at the current year. They haven't even put out the pricing for next year's grant. So we would apply for 2 years, maybe next year, but we were looking for 2 years from now.
So just ballpark, how much per year would it be to staff that building?
We haven't calculated that. That's our next thing to do.
Okay, fair enough. I got a flexibility question, sort of like what Ms. Harvey had, but in a different direction. So is there any flexibility in the building to mix pre-K versus, kindergarten and up, in case our mix of students changes and we need more room for the elementary school and less for the pre-K? Can that be adapted?
So the requirements for pre-K are the more stringent. The classrooms have to be larger, they have to be equipped with bathrooms. So a pre-K room can very easily support any of the other grades. That would be at the elementary level. The challenge comes in the other direction, right? Adapting a regular classroom that maybe doesn't have a bathroom for pre-K use. But the pre-K rooms being built here ultimately could be used for any grade.
Okay. The next thing in my list here is there actually a traffic study that's been done or will be done to really look closely at what's happening with the traffic? Now, I have a 3-year-old granddaughter, and I'm just trying to think about, we're not going to put 350 3-year-olds on buses, right? So it's going to be some combination of busing and drop-off by cars. So it seems like there should be some analysis of that to say, here's the range of problems we may or may not have.
So a traffic study has not been required at this point. No, we have not undertaken a traffic study. Our situation is a little different in that we're not directly impacting any intersections near the building, so forth. So those things that would normally trigger a traffic study have not applied here.
Okay, would we think about doing one anyway? Is that a very expensive proposition?
There is a cost. That would be something the district would need to
We
consider.
need to consider that.
Oh, the other thing included with the traffic is there is an exit off of the Interstate 195 right around the corner. So from a security perspective, we might want to think about that, because it would be a very simple matter for some bad guy to come around that corner and be at that facility without any warning, really. Just one of the things. The only other question I have at this point is, when would the ribbon cutting be if we approve this?
If it gets approved and bids come in and the board accepts that, we would hope for, I believe, September of '26 would be the hope. But with construction, like if you've done any work in your house, it doesn't always go according to plan. So let's say anytime between September of '26 and January of '27.
I'm still waiting for the PJ's Pancake House to open around the corner from my house.
And you know the pain.
It's been under construction. Yes. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Please.
My name is Peg Kirkhoff, Hamilton Township resident. Just to
Ms.
tie-
Kirkhoff, can you come a little closer? I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
My name is Peg. Better?
Thank you.
Okay. And just in addition to what John was saying about the traffic, drop-off is one thing. Pickup is a nightmare. I pick up my grandchildren frequently from a couple of the schools. Now, if you're having K through 4 and preschools letting out at the same time, the parents are not going to just drop off a preschooler. A lot of parents do not drop off their elementary kids. When I was taking my grandchildren in the morning, we usually had to see somebody walk them to the door. So it's not just a hit and run where you drop them off. That is a problem. And I can picture this to a point, but that is a real problem. It's a problem for the parents. It's a problem for the safety of the kids. They're constantly running around. So I don't know if that's been addressed. As I said, drop off, people come and go. It's not the same time. Pick up, I don't know. I think those streets are going to be impacted and those neighbors are going to be impacted. And the parents are going to have a problem just with less parking. And because you have faculty parking, but what about the parents? How far are these kids going to come out? And right now, to this day, at McGalliard, these kids are released to somebody, parent, guardian, grandparent, which I'm all for. But the mess there sometimes is dangerous. And I think this is something that, along with the traffic study, that should definitely be part of it.
Thank you.
Do I have anyone else that has a question? Please come up.
Hi, my name's Pat Stanzioni. My children have gone to Robinson. My grandchildren have gone to Robinson. I love the school. It's a wonderful school. I'm upset that the entire feeling of that school is going to be destroyed. It's got a lovely outside area. You heard about the rocket thing they do. It's a lovely school. I don't understand why the entire district will be going to that area. Why can't you just, if you're really committed to preschool, why can't you include it in every school? I understand financially it's probably going to be very difficult, but you have a trailer on Robinson. You don't even have enough space for our kids now. You have no air conditioning, and you're building something, taking away from them instead of adding to it. And it's extremely upsetting to me. I drop my grandchildren off, I pick them up. I know what you're talking about. So, I have never pulled into the teacher's parking lot to drop off my grandchildren. I have to park my car and walk them. I don't know, can somebody tell me, are you allowed to do that? It says teacher parking. I've never pulled in there. So from what I understand, Dr. Rocco, you're saying the parents can pull into that parking lot, open the door and drop their kid off and go through. Is that correct?
In the current concept, when the construction is done, not right now, because there aren't enough spots even for the staff currently at Robinson. When the new design is built with the spots, there will be enough spots for staff and there will be spots for visitors, the way it's designed. So the current concept of design would be to turn in where the current parking lot is, be able to drive down beyond where the current lot is. There would be a designated area, and that's the concept in the design right now, where families could, with a staff member present, drop their children off to go to the school, right? So that's an early part of the concept and then move through. The other piece of that right now, and it is busy over there, is because we also have buses that park there on Grop to pick kids up. They would be then moved into the circle, which would open up those spots on Grop.
Okay, but I can't understand how you'd be dropping off children when you have cars coming through, and you never want to drop your kid off in a parking lot to walk through by themselves.
It's a one-way. Right now, the initial concept, and again, it's a concept, right? So we're talking about a concept. It is a one-way to go through. It's not, just drop off anywhere. There's a designated area where staff would be, just like when you go to a school now and you drop your children off or your grandchildren off, there's staff there. And so you make eye contact with them. They're there at the door. As a former building principal, we did have parents that pulled in, dropped their kids off. They got out of the car, my staff was there and brought them into the building. So not a foreign concept, just a different concept. And just something, again, for conversation purposes of how we think the flow of traffic and how arrival and dismissal could be operational. But again, why we're having this meeting, we want to hear from you and we want to hear your concepts.
I'm really kind of upset that there aren't more people here because I'm a grandma. I mean, I'm not even a parent of the children now, but I love the school. And a couple other questions I had. Why is this going to be a full day or a half day class, preschool?
So it depends on with the grant. If we get fully funded by the grant, it would be a full day program, right? So the students would come in first thing in the morning, stay all day, and then leave later on. If the grant was not available or wasn't awarded, we would consider potentially a half-day program. So it really is dependent on funding.
Okay, so a half-day program, and that's another thing I want to talk about. As a working parents aren't going to be able to have their children go there half-day, right? If you're going to be committed to preschool, if you're really going to be committed to sending it, my grandchildren go to preschool now and they pay a lot of money.
Correct.
But if you're really committed for preschool, then, I don't understand the lottery, because as a taxpayer, that really ticks me off. And I don't understand a half-a-day preschool if you're really committed to preschool.
So as a former principal, we were one of the few districts in the state of New Jersey that had half-time kindergarten. And what would happen is the bus would go to the preschool facility and pick kids up and bring them to our school for the afternoon, or the bus would pick our kids up at the end of the morning session and drop them off at the preschool that the parents wanted them at, right? So that is also a potential down the road, but as a former principal, that is what they did in my district.
Yeah, and I'm familiar with that, but so you're saying the buses would take the children, potentially,
I'm saying it's a potential solution.
to whatever preschool they go to?
Possibly.
It sounds like a lot of money even with buses, when you can't even get bus drivers. And honestly, okay, I know it's an emotional thing for me. I'm also, I was a school nurse. I understand how schools work, okay? So I look at a lot of things like that too. But the grounds also, you're ripping up the whole playground area, the outside area, and you're changing it all. And I don't understand, why does this have to be a whole district in this one school? This school is an adorable, wonderful school. Why can't you just at least divide it up? You have so much land in Hamilton. You have the whole municipal building going over there by Cost Cutters. I mean, there's land, there's spaces. To take everything and put it all in one school, I don't understand that. And I know because I feel that way because it's my school. But, like not in my backyard, okay? But I really feel like if you really want to do that, let the kids that go to that school go to that preschool. Let the kids that go to Sayan go to a preschool at Sayan. And if it means putting 2 classrooms there, I mean, really, you could do that. Financially, I know you can't get the funding, right? But maybe you really need to look at some other things then. But I know, do we get a choice? Do we get a vote in this, or is it just the board votes and that's it?
So this is a decision for the board
Yeah,
to make.
that's what I figured. Okay.
Hi, Chanel Vickers Ames. Just a question, kind of to piggyback behind something that lady just said. How does this new preschool affect the other schools that currently have the preschool program?
So some of those programs would be moved into the preschool. Other programs would stay depending on the services that they provided the students. And that would be something we would start to look at, in which would stay in the buildings they exist in, which would be moved in. But in the places that they would be moved in from other schools, that would open up space in those schools.
Thank you.
Hi, Rose Griegel, Hamilton resident for 20 years. As somebody who never had the opportunity to attend preschool, coming from a large Irish Catholic family, my parents couldn't afford it, so I think a preschool is a great idea. But I can also understand why some people are emotional about it. At the budget meeting, which a lot of the people who were snickering at the woman who just talked about Robinson, there were two, I believe both of them were PTA members from Robinson who were very emotional too. And I think that for the Robinson people, it is very upsetting. And I can see that, especially other people who have kids that age. It's hard. Like my kids are now, my youngest, she's going into high school. So when I first heard about it, I thought, that's an awesome idea, because I never got to attend preschool. I would love to have been in a lottery where I could have. Also, there was a man at last month's board meeting who was concerned about the middle school setup. And I can see that too. Even though I thought the whole plan was really well thought out and, sounded really great, he probably has children that are of that age, and he mentioned, play parts would be hard to get, stuff like that. But now, my daughter, who's in 8th grade, is going into high school. She will not be attending Hamilton Township School Districts, but I understand that the 3 high schools are going to be academies that the kids will be applying for, and they will be like STEM, arts, and I'm not sure what the other one will be. I don't think that my current 8th grader would know at this point if she could pick which one of those 3. It's kind of pigeonholing the kids, I think, a little bit. What if somebody applies to the art school and, 2 years in, they think, hey, I would like to be in the STEM school. I'm not quite so sure. After listening to these other parents' concerns, I was totally on board with the whole thing, and like I said, I would have loved to be able to attend preschool, because I was one of those kids who came in kindergarten. Not only could I not read, I didn't know my letters. There are a lot of things, and I think that people are emotional, and their thoughts, and that should be taken into consideration. And especially going into a high school level where you're going to pigeonhole kids into these categories. Again, I don't know how these academies are going to be set up, but you might want to give them a little more resources in each high school. Like I said, my daughter right now, she's in 8th grade. She's working on an engineering project for NASA. But when I say to her, hey, you would make a great engineer, she goes, yeah, but I want to be a teacher. I don't think she really I don't think she's capable of making that decision right now. So I think, she needs to be in a high school where there's lots of resources. And I think all 3 of the high schools currently have, they have drama, they have STEM, they have band, they have sports. So I don't know how that's going to work, but I can see that you're probably going to have parents that are going to get upset about that part of it too. Just my opinion.
No, and I appreciate you bringing that up, and I know it's kind of tied in with preschool and Robinson and the strategic plan. So if you don't mind, I would just answer this right now. So I appreciate you bringing it up because a few things about the facility strategic plan, and I try to remind people about this. I just spoke to the businesses in Hamilton today, this morning, and the facility strategic plan came up, and I think the topic of academies came up again. So first thing, this plan is a plan over years, okay? So we are implementing block scheduling at the high school next year. We are not doing block scheduling, then academies. We're talking about the academy development will be over the next couple of years. And what happens is the 3 high schools will stay true to their core. So you mentioned sports, extracurricular activities, all those things that make our schools special, those will still be there. Students can still attend their home high school that they traditionally go to without ever being in an academy. So it doesn't change anything. If your child wants to go to the regular assigned high school when we put the academies in, perfectly fine. But there are some kids that have interest. They might have a tech interest. They might have a trades interest. They might have an entrepreneurial interest. And they may want to take other classes that explore that interest or are focused on that interest. And that's where the academies would come in. The academies would provide a certain number of seats in each of the programs. So it's not like every building is just academies, right? So there's the core value of regular instruction, regular programming, all courses being offered, and then you have these academies that provide something a little extra for kids, keeps them a little more interested. And maybe you're right, maybe a kid applies to Academy X and a year into it, they don't like it. Well, then there's an option to, if it's not their home school, if they'd like to return back to their home
Right, that's
school.
what I was going to say. Can they move out of there once instead of,
Right, but again,
staying
like
there?
all these, and I appreciate those questions because as we begin to frame this out, we're going to look at a number of what ifs. What if this happens? What if that happens? And so that we have answers to do that. But our main focus at the high school division right now is transitioning to block schedule effective September, which has been already 12, 15-month process we've been working on, and we'll continue all the way through next school year, even as we implement. But these are questions that we're going to be working on, so I appreciate you bringing them up. And I also like, because then I can clarify with families that, one, it's not rolling out next year.
Right.
The grade structure is not rolling out next year. Lots of things have to fall in place. And if you read the facility strategic plan, it's like a series of dominoes. This one has to fall or be done, then the next one has to be done, then the next one has to be done. Really towards the end of that line would be the grade configuration, because the community would have to, and the board would have to make a decision, do we want to go to that grade structure? And if we want to go to that grade structure model, we're going to have to put an addition onto Crockett. So that's down the road a little bit. So I'm glad you brought it up, because I always want to clarify that for the public. And hopefully what that does is people take a deep breath and go, okay, there's time on this. All those items can't be done tomorrow. They can't be done next year. This is just a start of trying to implement those items that are on the list. Thank you.
Right, and again, I just want to say to the woman who spoke, the grandmother whose kids attend Robinson, I can totally understand why she's upset. My kids went to University Heights, which is a beautiful, has beautiful, when they were there, many, many years ago, the beautiful place, and I would be just as concerned if I found out that a building was going up in the backyard, so just, for the people who get emotional, there's no need to snicker or make fun of them. They do have a general concern.
Thank you. Do I have any other members of the public?
My name is Claire Burns. Lived in Hamilton over 30 years. Since you started talking about the high schools, I have questions about the pools. So I want to make sure, again, since you're clarifying, 2 of the pools are going to be closed and classroom space, and then one will stay open. So my thought was, does that mean there's no swimming for those kids at those schools? Then I also heard that another pool was going to be built at Crockett, and I just wanted to just get clarification of how that was going to unfold, both for the students for PE, as well as, I'm going to be naive, I don't even know if we have a swim team. So, what happens to those students that are at a school that doesn't have a pool? How do they get to the school that does have a pool? So if that, you can clarify that. I mean, maybe it's not in the works yet, but if you can help me with that, my husband and I were wondering.
Sure, yeah. So students in PE have not taken swim as part of PE for at least 6, 7 years, maybe more.
Okay.
And I joke, and sometimes people don't laugh when I say this, but when students come into high school, they tend to be allergic to chlorine, and that's because they don't want to change. Thank you, Janice, for laughing. But that tends to be because they don't want to change for gym. There's various reasons for that.
Okay.
But they are more likely to sit on the sidelines on the deck and not be swimming. We have about 100 students across the district that are on the swim teams. The swim teams, and I'm saying plural, will remain. They will go and practice and compete at one facility. The other 2 facilities need major repairs. The one at West has not been operational for almost 5 years. And both the pools that we are recommending for closure do have leaks in them. And so water goes somewhere, and that's an issue that we have. They would be converted over into new usable space for students. The design on West right now, the draft design includes 3 additional classrooms and then kind of a larger space for students and programming. In Steiner, the pool is in the back in the gym area. Those would be converted into physical education spaces, weight room, wrestling room, activity room, and then where the weight room is and the athletic director is, those would be converted into classrooms, opening up approximately 3 new classrooms in the building.
How would the students get to the pool that they could practice at for practices, like during the course of the week?
They would be transported.
You would do busing?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do I have any other questions? Okay, I'm just going to ask the board members if there's any other follow-up questions that anyone might have before we move forward.
I
Anyone?
had
Dr.
a
Ferrara?
question texted to me from a community member who suggested that we consider putting gates up at Hempstead and Gropp so that people don't use it as a cut-through during the day.
Any other questions? Dr. McSheen?
Yeah, can you just touch on the timeline of the pre-K from groundbreaking to when we expect to maybe open the school?
So groundbreaking, we would hope, would be by September of this year, I believe, September, October, I don't know.
Earlier, I hope.
Or earlier, maybe?
Scott?
Yeah, the goal would be to be bidding and possibly award the project for construction in July, so construction would start shortly thereafter.
So sometime August, September, and then, like we said, depending, September 26 to January 27?
So I just wanted to add something. I know Dr. Rocco and I had spoken about this, and I do believe, Dr. Rocco, that you do have something coming up for the Robinson community to meet specifically with them to ask some questions or things like that. If you could just touch on that just a little bit so
Yeah.
that everyone is aware of it.
A few things. I've spoken, I'll be speaking at a PTA meeting. I've spoken to the faculty once. I'm going back to speak to the faculty. I've also have a meeting arranged with a number of community members who asked. So I'm answering questions if you email me and meeting with people as we go forward. So I've set up a couple of those meetings in the near future. A couple of them were planned for prior to this meeting. One was actually asked for on the day we did our budget, so I couldn't be in 2 places at once.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Thornton, one thing too, I'm sorry.
Ms. Williams.
I did also receive a text from somebody who's watching from home, and they are definitely in favor if we can do a traffic study because they are really concerned about the traffic at Robinson. So I did say that Dr. Rocco had said earlier that he would consider it, so, but there are people watching at home asking the same.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, seeing that there are no other questions or comments, I'm going to move back to the agenda. So we did technically go through the superintendent's report, but I skipped the Board of Education, so I do apologize. So if any Board of Education members have any announcements that they would like to make, I'll start with you, Dr. McSheen.
Yeah, just a quick couple. One is that I know we have Tech Night coming up in a few weeks. I think it was April 10th, that I can count. And that is always very exciting. I know my family loves going to it, so highly encourage anyone who's interested. Tech Night starts at 5 p.m. at Crockett. Awesome, I got it. And then I just wanted to thank Ms. Morales at McGalliard for having the grandparents and special people, special persons day at McGalliard. My mother was able to see her grandchild at school. That was really special to her because she doesn't live in our town, so it was a bit of a special occasion for us to have her come over and spend time with us. And I also wanted to thank the school for allowing us to watch the fifth grade, I think it was fifth and fourth grade, band performance, which really brought back a lot of memories because I'm such a big band nerd at heart. And they were great too. So just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McSheen. Ms. Soto?
Yes, just quickly, I wanted to give a shout out to the students and faculty at Crockett Middle School for a fantastic rendition of Grease Junior. Had a lovely time seeing that. Hard to believe in just the last week I did that. And I also attended the Steiner After Prom's Tricky Tray last Friday. It was a big loser, but that's okay because the goal is to raise money for After Prom. So just encouraging those in the audience, if your local school is doing an activity to raise funds for After Prom, please consider attending. The goal is to keep our children safe on the streets and make sure they have a fun experience after prom and get a good night's rest and then head down to the shore if that's what they choose. So thank you to all those parents that make all those activities possible and keep our kids safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Soto. Dr. Ferrara?
First, I would like to thank the students at Kistart who hosted me for, Read Across America Week. It seems like it was months ago. And the kindergarten class at Klockner, which was a lot of fun. I think I said last month it's my favorite week of the year. And Ms. Williams, I don't want to steal part of yours.
We were there together.
I know, but I'll be focused so you two can talk. But the Mercer County chapter of New Jersey School Boards held the Unsung Hero event last week, and every school in the county nominates a high school senior for an award as an unsung hero. And as Dr. Rocco said, Lanai Odom of Nottingham was honored. It was Andy Fass from West, and all I can remember is Alberto. I can't remember Alberto's last name. Is it Gonzalez? No.
Garcia,
okay, who is an amazing cellist, by the way. They all won awards. It's a very powerful event. School staff from each high school nominates a student, and they come and introduce the student to the audience. And the event really had me recalling a story that I learned in China about a species of Chinese plum tree, which in China is considered to be the tree that rises above adversity to bloom in February, because all of these kids had really risen above a lot of adversity to get to where they were. For me, the most poignant story was about a high school senior who had immigrated to the United States. The student's mother has cancer. The student is taking care of making meals and helping siblings while going to school and maintaining a 3.8 grade average. And during free time, the student, who wants to be a commercial pilot, independently studies everything about flight. It was a very, very powerful evening, and I was very glad to attend.
Thank you, Dr. Farrar. Ms. Stanton?
Yes, good evening, everyone. I wanted to first go over everything that I had said last week since it wasn't our regular meeting. I wanted to thank Layler and Miss White's class for hosting me for Read Across America Week. Also saying they had a fantastic St. Patrick's Day dance, and I wanted to thank the 2 Nottingham students who had volunteered to work with Sayan students doing arts and crafts in the library. They were fantastic. And then my regular monthly plea to please be careful, use the crosswalk, slow down, do not double park, do not park in front of folks' driveways. Let's please be considerate of each other at drop-offs and pickups. We know that, some of the roads don't have much space, that a lot of people are in a rush, but please be careful and considerate. We're talking about the safety of our children here. And then I wanted to remind the community that our summer camps are open for registration. There are a few that have filled up already, so please take a look at those offerings. They're for kindergarten through middle school, so there's a lot of different options. And then for next school year, this will be, separate from a new preschool building. Next school year, there will still be half-day pre-K, and registration's open if you are zoned in Greenwood, Klockner, Wilson, Cooser, Kistart, Yardville Heights, McGalliard, or Layler Elementary School areas. So again, registration for both preschool and for summer camp are available on the website. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stanton. Ms. Harvey?
Thank you. I also want to congratulate the students at Crockett for putting together a great performance of Grease. The students here at Grice are actually also putting on a show tomorrow night and Friday night at 7 and then Saturday at 2. So if members of the community want to watch Mean Girls Junior, you can still get tickets. Contact Grace for your tickets. Also at Grice, I got an email that I just wanted to share with everyone because it's not often that you hear these accolades. And it involves a teacher here who actually is a graduate of our school. So it's a success story times 2. I want to take a moment to congratulate both the Grice student, band musicians, and teachers associated with the Central Jersey Music Educators Association performance this past Saturday. Both Grice students and teachers, led by Mr. Bonomo, who's a grad of Hamilton, and Mr. Wilmot, were well represented in an incredible performance. Students and teachers practiced, rehearsed, and then performed 3 pieces of music in one day. It was a moment to be proud both as a student, staff member, parent, and administrator. I cannot emphasize enough the tremendously positive impact the music program has had on my son. It has truly helped his many challenges he has gone through. The music program has helped shape his life. Thank you very much for the great work and recognizing the energy that Mr. Wilmot and Mr. Bonomo put into our music programs. They've truly helped many students. I thought that was a nice email that we got and wanted to share with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Ms. Williams?
Thank you. I wanted to say thank you to the principal and the students that performed here earlier today from Robinson and Sayan. And I also wanted to say thank you to, I think it was Mr. I for the Rocket Day and for doing that for 52 years. This has been ongoing, so thank you. And I also just wanted to give a special shout out and say what an honor it was to attend the Mercer County Unsung Heroes for 2025 and just how proud I am of all of our students and for all of the students that were there that evening and honored with an award. But especially wanted to call out Alberto Garcia from East, Lanai Odom from North, from Nottingham, and then Andrew Foss from Hamilton West. So we just have so much to be proud of. There's so many unsung heroes, even without even just those students, but we're definitely proud of them. And that's it. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Ms. Byrne?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to congratulate the students at West. I attended the opening night of Something Rotten. It was a really fun production, from singing, dancing, the tap dancing, the Yiddish. It had everything, so it was a lot of fun, and a lot of good performances. I think there were some upcoming actors there. Also, I'm the liaison to the VOTEC school. I attended the general advisory meeting. We always have a fantastic lunch put on by the culinary program. The theme this time was it was a New Orleans lunch. And I just want to encourage and remind our 9th and 10th graders that we have a lot of great programs. Each year they're putting in more at the VOTEC. Some of our shared time programs at the SciPec Center are auto body, cosmetology, criminalistics, culinary, graphic design, and horticulture. At the Assenpink, we have the Allied Health Services, carpentry, diesel technology, electrician, computer, heating, ventilation, air conditioning, welding, and et cetera. So if you think you might have an interest, 9th grade is a good time to talk with your guidance counselor, and even 10th, because a lot of the programs are for 2 years starting in the 11th grade. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Byrne. Mr. Kenka.
I have nothing.
Okay, Mr. Kenka, thank you. Well, being that you didn't have a comment on Board of Education comments, I am going to be moving to board committees. Would you like to start with
Sorry,
your board committee report?
I am so sorry. Can I add one last thing? And I
You
apologize.
can.
I was reminded to mention the One Hamilton College and Career Fair, which is happening on Tuesday, April 1st, and hosted at Steinert from 6 to 8. If anyone's interested, they can contact the school counseling department.
Thank you for
Sorry.
mentioning that, Dr. McSheen.
Onward.
Mr. Kanka, for Finance and Operation?
The Finance and Operations Committee Initiatives meeting took place on March the 12th at 8:30 in the morning. We started out, and I would like to thank all the committee members who attended, plus the senior staff that was in attendance. The meeting started out with Dr. Rocco briefly touching on communications, and that he was continuing to work on the block scheduling process. He also moved into a tentative budget presentation, which we all heard on the 18th to the community. Touched on, we reviewed the allocation for state aid, budget goals, academic enhancements, capital projects, staffing changes. He touched on all that stuff. He talked to us about the healthcare adjustments, not in the plan, but what the plan is costing, bank cap, and estimated tax impact, which was all presented on the 18th to the public. That was a very, very lengthy conversation with the committee, and we moved on to the next item on the agenda was the financing procedure that was already in place for with the Mercer County Improvement Authority for the building, the pre-K building fund. And we moved into his comments on block scheduling and the impact on lunches through within the high schools. And there was the business office has been working with the principal, Spizo, Mascios, and the fire marshal to finalize those plans within those high schools. Then there was the $5,000 grant that Mascios received. That grant is a program launched by the National Dairy Council and the National Football League in collaboration with the USDA, and that's where that money came from. Then we moved on. No, that was really it. We had a very short agenda because Dr. Rocco took up all of our time as usual with the budget. So that's why my report's only going to be 20 minutes instead of 35.
On the clock.
So we had it was a long meeting, but we did touch on some of the items with strategic planning. And it was also an update on the finance, with the Mercer County Improvement Authority. There was some more information given to the board, which was also shared tonight with the public and with the rest of the board. Then there was a few all committee items. I won't touch on all of them. I'll just touch on one, and I'll let the other committee heads touch on the others. The discussion on the Crockett Duck Pond, which is in need of some type of renovation or removal of due to maintenance issues. And we also touched on the tabled motion from the previous meeting, motion number 6, which there was multiple conversations with Mr. Scotto and senior staff by most of the board members. And that was really about it for our meeting. Our next meeting is scheduled for April 23rd at 8:30 a.m. And our next board meeting is tonight at Grice. And that concludes my report. If anybody has any questions, I'll try to answer them.
Do any board members have any questions on Mr. Kanka's report? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Kanka, would you like to give
I'd like
a
to move into
negotiations?
negotiations.
Yes,
As I
please.
reported, I believe it was in February, we had meetings set up for the administrators. We started that process. We had a meet and greet meeting, I believe it was March the 6th. And then we had our first formal meeting this past Monday, the 24th, where both sides met. We exchanged information, and we had a very, very productive meeting. We ironed out virtually everything with the exception of one item, and we're confident that that item could be settled and satisfied at our next meeting, which is scheduled for Monday the 31st.
Thank you, Mr. Kanka. Do we have any questions for Mr. Kanka in regards to negotiations? Okay, so I will go to Ms. Soto for personnel.
Thank you. So the Personnel Committee met at 4:15 on Tuesday, March 18th. I, along with Dr. McSheen, Ms. Williams, Dr. Rocco, and senior staff were in attendance. Dr. Rocco shared a number of items that were discussed with us. And, similarly, Rich, he took up most of our meeting time. The budget that was presented last week was what we spent the majority of time on. Ms. Audino has shared information that most of you in the audience heard today about Aware Because We Care Day. And Dr. Altabello also discussed the rehoming of our ducks at Crockett that we will miss. But the erection of a new greenhouse in that space for the kids to continue learning around environmental issues. Dr. Copeland then shared more information on our state mandated comprehensive equity plan, which was shared at the last meeting. A committee was formed of district personnel, parents, and board members that met to provide input. The final copy of the report is up for approval tonight. It's number 14 on the personnel agenda. We also discussed summer camp job descriptions. Our coordinator and junior camp counselor positions have been revised for this year, and we have two new positions listed, the instructor and assistant. So as Ms. Stanton mentioned, summer camp is filling up, so we'll be hopefully posting these positions soon. That is number 13 on the agenda. And when and if approved, then please continue to check the website for those postings and have your children and educators in the community apply. We discussed also the vacation calendars for 12-month employees and trade employees. It was presented to the committee, not much changed from previous years. And of course, as always, at every personnel committee meeting, we discuss recruitment activities and current vacancies and expected vacancies. Dr. Copeland has 9 recruitment activities from now through August, but of course, it's always a fluid calendar, and as opportunities present themselves, he continues to add to it. So that is all. Dr. McSheen, do you have a DCR report?
Yes, I do. I have one from our chair, Ms. Hodges-Jones. So DCR attended and was a part of the HTSD Community Fair on March 11th, which I think was right before, the week before our previous meeting, our budget meeting. It was great to communicate with the community about who we are and what we do. Our March meeting was held on the 18th, and Dr. Copeland, who is a very busy individual, presented on the comprehensive equity plan there as well. We then broke into our subcommittees to continue our discussions. Our next meeting is scheduled for April 15th at Crockett Middle School Media Center from 5 to 6 p.m. Please join us and bring a friend and a colleague with you. If you have any questions or suggestions, concerns, or anything like that, please email us at dcr@htsdnj.org.
Thank you. Ms. Soto.
One more point that I forgot to mention, number 15 on the personnel agenda is in regards to a partnership with Rowan University. They have an education program, and they are looking for partners to send their student interns, and we would like to be one of those partners and hopefully engage those interns as they're exiting school, and I mean, the hope is to retain them afterwards. So again, that's number 15 on the agenda for tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Soto. Do any board members have any questions for Ms. Soto on personnel or Dr. McSheen on the DCR committee? Okay, seeing none, Dr. Ferrara, curriculum and instruction.
I have a rich Kanka-length report tonight, so thank you, Mr. Kanka, for being short.
I didn't hear that.
Good evening, everybody. The Curriculum and Instruction Committee met on March 12th, and all 3 members were in attendance. Our committee spent a long time in conversation about the program of studies, the document which outlines what classes high school students take. At the February meeting, the board voted to table the document. The action came about because some members wanted more information on several courses. 3 courses had been removed: ancient history, medieval history, and career explorations, personal finance. Personal finance was a required course and was slated for online. It was not removed, I'm sorry. It's a required course, was slated for online, and a new course, entrepreneurship, had been added. During the intervening time between meetings, the administration reviewed requests from members to save the 3 courses slated for removal, make personal finance an optional in-person or online course, and to provide further information about the new course on entrepreneurship. There was a discussion about folding career explorations into another course, but the C&I committee preferred that this elective course be revised, enhanced, and placed back on the program of studies. And career explorations has been restored for a half-year course and open to students in 11th and 12th grade. Personal finance, a course required by the state, was slated to become fully online. However, students can now take this half-year class either in person with a teacher or online, and the administration is going to look to see if students could take the class during the summer that would leave their school year schedule open for another course. The committee also requested that this course be offered to 11th and 12th graders. And you should know, because finance, personal finance is required and career explorations is an elective, the two courses could not be combined into a full year class. Then we looked at ancient civilizations and medieval history. Both half-year electives are now, they were slated to be discontinued because the content is taught in middle school. However, there were a significant number of students interested in the class, and consequently, the administration designed a new half-year elective which builds on ancient and medieval history while also dovetailing into the district's world history curriculum. And this course is called The Rise of Global Cities. It's a half-year course that will be available to 11th and 12th grade students. And finally, the new entrepreneurship class will be a one-year class for students in grades 9 to 12. The course will explore how businesses are planned, developed, and brought to the marketplace. This course further enhances the district's career and technical education program. The course also fulfills the state's requirement for financial literacy. So now students can complete that mandated financial literacy requirement by either taking the full-year entrepreneurship class or taking the half-year personal finance course. And while I'm reporting out this information tonight, the board voted last week at our budget hearing to approve all these changes. And before the start of the 25-26 school year, board members can expect to see new curriculum guides and textbooks and other course materials for career explorations and entrepreneurship. Next, Mr. Scotto presented information on the district's preschool enrollment. And as Ms. Stanton noted, we have a half-day preschool for 4-year-old students that are zoned to attend Greenwood, Klockner, Wilson, Cooser, Kistart, Yardville Heights, McGalliard, and Layler elementary schools. There are 90 seats available for this program. And the district has worked very hard this year to get the word out, to make a lot of postings around the community. Registration opened on March 4th. So if you know people in those elementary school areas, please encourage them to enroll their 4-year-olds. There is a link to the pre-K website on the curriculum and instruction page, and that link is labeled pre-K and can be found in the left-hand column on the landing page for curriculum and instruction. So now I just want to take my members through a quick walk of the C&I agenda. Motion 4 asks the board to approve overnight field trips. You will see that the agenda for the two groups going to Washington, D.C. look exactly the same, and that's by design. Steinert and West both have 40 students each for these trips. So they will share a bus, and their itineraries are going to align, making everything much easier for them. Motion 5 is a second read of Policy 8561, procurement procedures for the school nutrition programs. That was Ms. Atwood's request via Strauss-Esme to make the changes. It passed on a first reading by a 9-0 vote. It just really cleans up language. It doesn't really make any significant changes. Policies also going up for second read tonight can be found at motion 6. Those are the 4 policies and 2 regulations covering family leave and sick leave that are outdated. They no longer align with New Jersey state law. The request for removal passed last month by a 9-0 vote. Now, motion 7 asks the board to approve policy and regulation 1642.01 on sick leave, which replaces the policies that we have voted to remove. This is a first read tonight. The second reading will happen at the April meeting. Dr. Copeland has provided suggested language for the regulation, but wants feedback from members. So once we move the C&I agenda tonight, if members have questions or want clarification about this policy, Dr. Copeland will entertain those questions. As Mr. Kanka noted, Mashio's, the foods service for the district, nominated the district for a $5,000 grant, which was offered by the National Dairy Council and the National Football League. In conjunction with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, we are being asked to accept the grant money at motion number 8. And motion number 9 is decommissioning of textbooks. They are textbooks from Steiner that used to be used in the consumer science class, which no longer exists. And there are no longer consumer science classes in the district, and there are very few, if any, left in the state. So those will be decommissioned. And there are accounting books from West that they just got around to finding, I guess, and they are going to be decommissioned because we've already approved new accounting textbooks. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Farrar. Do any board members have any questions for Dr. Ferrara in regards to the curriculum instruction report? Okay, seeing none. Oh, you have a question?
Yes, you had made a comment that the 2 DC trips are identical, but it looks like there's different costs for the students?
Yes. And Dr. Aldabella, can you explain the different costs? I know they're taking the same bus and they're visiting the same places.
So each of the schools budget a different amount for class trips. So the offset of costs for one group may be more than the offset of costs for another group. All of the funds for the remaining are done through fundraising. So the students themselves are not bearing the costs.
So the column that says student costs is what
That's
it's
how-
actually costing each student, or?
That's, we have to break it down as a student cost, like per student, but the funding for that student cost is not bared by the students. It's offset by fundraising. But inside of the school, each of those schools, while they're going on the same trip, what Steinert may allot out of their building budget for that trip versus what West may allot is going to be different. So some of the cost would look different in the accounting purposes, but there is no technical different cost per student.
So West
There's no
subsidy.
different event either, like it's
no.
the same trip for both schools.
Correct.
West subsidizes at one level and Steiner might subsidize at another level.
Out of the building-based funding versus fundraising.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Harvey, do you have a PTA report?
No, I think I gave it from the last time we met.
Just wanted to make sure. Okay. So do we have any questions in regards to the monthly suspension report?
I want to say that suspensions have come down significantly, and that's a testament to the staff working very hard to make changes and to encourage good behavior. You'll see if you go out in the hallway in Grace, there's that orange strip down the middle of the hall to remind kids you walk up one side and you walk this way on the other side. So, and also in this building, you will see if you were in the classrooms, big signs, cell phones are not allowed in here. So I think there's been a concerted effort to just build culture in the schools, and it's working.
Dr. Farrar, I thank you for bringing that up. I think that's very important to hear, so thank you very much. Do I have any questions on the monthly HIB report? Okay, seeing none, do I have any questions on the monthly health report? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to move on to hearing on the public on agenda items. Okay, so we do have 5 individuals signed up, so I will call you each individually, and I'll start with Marvina Brown.
Hello, everyone. Hello. My name is Marvina Brown, and I am returning to this mic once again to speak on bullying at schools, in particular Layler Elementary School. Yes, an elementary school, and I'm not just advocating for the students as president of the PTA at Layler, but also now as a mother, of a child who's been a victim of consistent hate talk, racial slurs, and aggressive violent gestures with sticks at recess. So I can without a doubt say that these 4 boys involved in this incident are repeat offenders of berating fellow students with racial slurs, hate talk, And once one of my daughter's offenders returned from a suspension, she hears him boasting about how he spent the day off playing Roblox. So true or not, likely, but who knows? I understand that we can only do so much outside of the home. However, in these times, we demand more. We need more to support our kids. More support in problem solving, conflict resolution, de-escalation, mental awareness practice, mental wellness practices. This is a holistic approach and should be included in a well-rounded education in their most formidable years, bridging the gap with parents on how behavior like this can assassinate a child's spirit, looking into my child's eyes as she cries and asks me to school her at home. They develop complexes, depression, behavioral issues that can in return be aggressive and keep the cycle alive. Our kids need tools. Bring in the professionals that handle behavior issues. Let them conduct assemblies, have required wellness club gatherings in small groups once a week, something to give them the tools they need to make a decision, whether or not they verbally or physically attack another student. It'll help them, it'll serve them. Accountability is key. And that's part of the restorative process. Is that being done? Does the restorative process include healing of both parties? The child offender that gave a racial slur to my daughter apologized, but that's only one out of the 4 boys. So my daughter received one apology, and the following week, the same issue. Students reporting that there is another student being made to cry because of the mean talk, the hate talk, and the racial slurs. So we're doing our part as a community to keep our kids respectful, good citizens, but I'm sure you already know that lack of accountability, conflict resolution, it puts the decision in the path completely in their hands. And at the height of anger, and could possibly result in a tragedy. So please, let's not sleep on supporting our kids. Keep in mind that every school does not report everything. These are our kids, this is our community, and we need more assistance, more support, more assistance, more support. We were 4 parents deep and 3 elementary school kids deep from Layler to support this plea. A few had to leave at the moment, but we're feeling unheard. We're feeling left behind. We're feeling ignored. We feel like we need support and we need help and we need additional support for our kids. There's no meeting of the kids. There's no reconciliation. There's no understanding of one another's feelings. It's just a suspension, and my child sits in the same classroom and witnesses the torment as well as other kids, and it just never gets resolved. The repeat offenders and the cycle is continuous, and being president of the PTA puts me in certain circles, and I come in contact with the community, with parents, with guardians, with other children, and they confide in me with the stories, and I'm here to advocate for them as well as my own child this time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. So I have Johnny Brown, Ms. Brown? I'm sorry, I have Johnny Brown signed up? Yes, he had to. Okay, thank you. John Muka?
Yes, my name is still John Buca, and I'm a resident of Hamilton Township. You know, I think we can appreciate tonight the value of being able to get questions answered right live in a situation like this. So I wish you would begin to entertain the idea of doing this in a town hall fashion, because unfortunately we're all in a straitjacket here with this ill-designed approach to a school board meeting. It might have been a great thing to do 20 years ago. We weren't facing all the turmoil and everything else that's going on here. So my thought would be a town hall meeting organized every quarter where we could have subcommittees get ready, plan the meeting out, get the questions all lined up and ready to be answered, and then involve a lot of people in listening to each other. This is a great picture of the coming pre-K, but unfortunately the decision process that led into it was much too secretive and much too hidden. Tonight we have the resolution that finally gives us the numbers of how much it's going to cost. Now, it's not a burden for Hamilton Township itself, but we pay Mercer County taxes and we pay state taxes too. So the building may be free in a sense, but it's really not free. Is it the best choice? I don't know. I don't know what happened in all those years, all those meetings. Where's the accountability? As I said in my email, where's the minutes of the meetings, the participants, the study reports that we might have been able to look through and read through in some depth before we come here with a bunch of amateur questions on the little things that occur to us in the moment. So we can do a better job with that, but it takes you to have the courage and the fortitude to put in the time that it takes and be ready to face these kind of things. There's not a lot of people here. I don't know what that means. Maybe they're completely satisfied with everything in Hamilton Township schools, or more likely they just have no clue what's going on. It's extremely difficult to communicate these days. There are no Trenton Times reporters. There's no other source. The Hamilton Post did the article. That's how I found out about this big program. And in all the other meetings I've been to previously, I had no idea we were going to start doing things like, put the 7th and 8th grades together in Crockett. And by the way, I just listened to the man from last month's meeting on the video, and he asked some pretty good questions as to whether that's a good idea or not. But tonight, you're going to pull the rug out from under us. You're going to approve the resolution, and it's going to go forward. Now, once upon a time, President Kennedy got us all involved in going to the moon. And there's that story of him approaching a janitor at the Space Center, Cape Canaveral. And he's just being friendly. He shook his hand and said, "So tell me about what are you doing here?" And the guy's pushing a broom. And he goes, "I'm putting a man on the moon. Isn't that what you want?" And he said, "I'm no big-time engineer, but when I make the facilities look good for those engineers, when they come in the morning, maybe they get started and they get a lot more done because of it." So we have a dream of a pre-K program, but we went to the moon and there's nothing there. It's a wasteland. So was that really a great thing to go to? Maybe my hope is that Elon will eventually get his wish and he'll take himself to Mars, and then maybe he won't come back after that. But let's make sure we're going in the right direction here. The community can be involved in that, so take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miko. Claire Burns. Claire, okay. Rose Kriegel.
Rose Griegel again. I just wanted to ask a quick question about the communication, because a lot of people didn't know about the budget meeting last week. Do people still get emails, people who are members of the community, have kids in the school, do they still get emails from central administration?
I'm sorry, just clarify, you're
Do
looking
you
for,
still send out emails to everybody who has children in the school district from
like our
central?
school messengers? Like our school messenger
Yes,
program?
it used to say central administration. I'm not sure what it says now.
I mean, if you're referring to the robocalls and any school messengers that we have, we do have those in regards to school items.
I mean, is that a way you can communicate to people when upcoming school board meetings are happening, budget meetings, to maybe get the word out? Because last week they were saying how hardly and everybody seemed to have the same, they were disappointed, and people were saying we could put this out on social media. Some of us aren't on social media. I'm just wondering if there's a way. I have seen in the past, I don't know if it's still called central administration, but if you could email people that information, or sometimes if you click on the Hamilton Township website, Dr. Rocco, all of a sudden it pops up saying a special message from Dr. Rocco. Is that a way to let people know about something important?
So I know we don't do Q&A on this, but we do have the ability when when we put an important message out that the website has that. I'm sorry. In the 9 years I've been here, though, we follow the traditional plan of posting it in the newspaper, posted at the board office, and it's on the website calendar. And so those are the ways and avenues that we've done that. Now, tonight, because we were publishing this on the building, it's gone out on social media also in a variety of different ways with a variety of different organizations, including our social media account.
Right.
Mrs. Thornton, may I make a suggestion? I think that it's a great idea that perhaps we could create that you sign up to get notifications, because I get notifications from the school, but you could actually create its own so that people can get a blast, either an email or a text that they choose, so they can opt in for board announcements.
We can absolutely look into that.
Or any type of, where you want people to show up and come to the meeting and talk, if they heard that there was going to be a vote last week, probably more people would have shown up if they had known. Also, the vote that you were talking about, I think Dr. Ferrara talked about, was she referencing the vote last week on Tuesday?
Again, not back and forth, but what vote were you asking about? That
So
Dr.
I'm not sure what one she was
Program of
referring
studies?
to.
The program of studies? Or the budget?
Was she speaking about the budget or the?
Are you talking about me?
Yes.
We voted in February to table the program of studies. Last month, we untabled it and voted to make the changes last week.
So you weren't referring to the budget vote?
Well, we did vote on the budget last week also.
Right. And just for clarification, Stacy Byrne is the only one who voted against it?
Well, unfortunately, I can't go back and forth, and then I've kind of.
Mrs. Byrne, did you vote against
So
it?
you cannot, I do apologize, Ms. Kriegel, you can't ask the board members a question directly. You would have to go through me. But I'd be more than happy if you leave your name and contact information. We can get you that information.
Okay.
Unless you'd like to speak to Ms. Byrne after the meeting.
Right. Well, I know she's the only one who did vote against it. Also, the woman who talked about the bullying, in her daughter being bullied, I think a good example would be for the school board to start. One, by there was an article when Mrs. Byrne was running for her seat that was put out in the newspaper, signed by Dr. Ferrara, and it was written by Dr. Ferrara, and the last school president, Ms. Lombardo, Sue Lombardo, I believe it was, and just like the woman who talked about one kid came and apologized to her daughter about the bullying incident, Ms. Lombardo did apologize to Ms. Byrne. I would think that the adults could set a good example. It was about the fact that Mrs. Byrne was running with somebody who made anti-Semitic statements, which Mrs. Byrne did not support. And also, Mrs. Byrne is a daughter of two Jewish parents. I think Mrs. Byrne could use an apology about that after however many years ago that was. I'm not quite sure anybody knew that, but that was also put out the same way, a letter from Dr. Rocco on the Hamilton Township School
Ms.
District.
Kriegel, this is not an
saying-
agenda item. It is not for discussion at this point. The non-agenda items can be discussed afterwards, but this is not an agenda item that's on at this point. This is for agenda items only.
So this is not the green paper you're reading off of?
This is the green paper you signed up for that is for first reading of the public, which is agenda items only.
Okay, so you want me to wait until, I'm sorry, what did you just say?
Ms. Kriegel? Ms. Kriegel?
Sit my ass
Excuse me,
down?
Ms. Kriegel,
Ms. Kriegel, please address the board.
Okay, Dr. Rocco, do you want to say the person in the audience who just told me that?
First, I did not hear what was said in the back, but I'm going to
Right.
ask everybody to have a level of decorum when we speak at a board meeting and respect towards each other. One way or the other, either the speaker speaking or the people in the audience, to have a level of decorum. This is not an agenda item. This is not an agenda item, Ms. Kriegel. You are welcome to wait until the second section to finish up
My
your
microphone
thought
is now
associated
turned
with
off.
it, because your 4 minutes have expired.
Okay, so we're going to move on to the agenda for this evening, and I will ask Dr. Ferrara if you can take us through curriculum and instruction.
Upon the recommendation of the superintendent, I move items 1 through 11.
Second.
Okay, do we have any questions on curriculum and instruction agenda items? I'll start with Dr. McSheen.
So I think at the last full meeting we had, I brought up that there seemed to be some kind of not correct version of the policy 8561, which is item 5, I think. So I just wanted to thank everyone for fixing it, because it seems to make way more sense now. And I think it's the way it's supposed to be. So yeah, I just wanted to call that out, and it seems to have been amended in the correct way. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McSheen. Ms. Soto?
No questions, thank you.
Dr. Ferrara?
Through you, Madam President, if it's okay, I'd like to let Dr. Copeland address the board and let us know what he's looking for in this policy.
Sure.
Did you just mention which number? Item?
Yes, it's policy 7, policy and regulation number 1642.01.
Thank you.
Yes, so with the new policy, it is in line with state requirements. We are just looking for any suggestions or feedback from the board regarding sick leave and what is allowable for sick leave for the staff members of the district. To give you a brief history, prior to this new law from the governor, a sick day fell into 2 categories. One was personal illness, and the second category was if an individual had a contagious disease or was quarantined. Again, personal illness or contagious disease or being quarantined. That counted as an official sick day. The new law has expanded that from those 2 categories to 8 categories. So that information is listed in the policy. And again, if the board, if you so choose to just review and provide any comments or feedback to myself or through Dr. Rocco, we will take those and forward them to the policy committee.
And if you look at pages 4 and 5 of the regulation, there are options available, which Dr. Copeland has checked to suggest, but he's certainly open to feedback on those other options. I know, Mr. Kanka, you and I had talked about this earlier today.
Thank you. So with that being said, if any board members have any comments or questions or feedback, I do ask for you to reach out to Dr. Copeland directly to discuss that with him. And Mr. Kanka, do you have a follow-up to that question?
Yeah, yes. I went through the, it's motion 7, the sick leave policy. I went through that. And it talks about foreseeable and non-foreseeable leave. And there's multiple options. Is it my understanding that every one of those options are available for those 2 categories? Or is it something, because it just seems like some contradict the other. And there's a lot of, may and what was the other word that was in there?
So you're talking specifically about the policy and not the regulation,
Yeah, I'm talking about the policy.
where there's those 8
keep- it
options
keeps
that you just
referring-
referenced?
It's a confusing, let me get to it. It talks about, the word may is used a lot in that the board may do this or the board may do that. But then it also mentions, requires, that's the other word. So, in some of the options, like C2, option 2, point 2, option 2, it identifies as requires, the word requires used, but in other,
So that's in the regulation.
in other of the options, it says may. So who's going to answer this?
I'll try with Dr. Copeland. So what you're seeing here is the options that Strauss Esme affords us to look at in conversations with Dr. Copeland, in addition to what we've done this year with regards to staff attendance. We've given the suggestion that we believe is appropriate based on what we're doing. And just for clarity, what you're seeing in the policy or what you're seeing in the regulation is a statutory requirement now. The way that it works for an employee and the way it works for us, though, on the back end is an employee takes a sick day. They don't specify in the system what that sick day is for. We put policies and practices in place with employees to verify the use of their sick time to make sure they're not misusing it. So in the event, for example, a staff member could take a sick day. Dr. Copeland, as the Director of Human Resources, or Dr. Rocco, or Principal, or myself, could say, we're going to ask you to verify that sick day. And in order to have that sick day be verified, it has to meet one of those requirements. And inside of the statutory regulation, there are specific documentation examples that a staff member may have to produce. So all of that has been communicated with the staff already with respect to what is admissible and what is not admissible for a sick day. But right now, what this does is it expands the options for staff to take a sick day beyond the 2 things that Dr. Copeland has already said. And it puts the onus on us then, as we're verifying staff absences, to ensure that their use of those days align to these statutory requirements. So the bill has done is it has expanded the reasons why staff members can take a sick day, and it causes us to have a lot more legwork in verifying the use of their sick time is in accordance with this new law. So we're already doing that. This policy update is just to make sure that the policy and regulation aligns to the new statutory requirements that were passed. But we've already communicated with all of the associations, all of the non-bargaining, all of the 12-month employees, what they can and cannot do under this law, and what we will and will not be doing with response to verifying their use of sick time in accordance with this law. So maybe that clears it.
So it's really made things a whole lot confusing here.
It has.
So I'm just trying to understand, if somebody's home with COVID, is there multiple types of COVID that you have to explain, or do you think you got the flu, or, you call up, you say, I'm out with the flu. I don't see where we need all this, gibberish.
So
by the Department of Ed to tell me that I have the flu and that I need a day off. Is that making sure that the day off falls under statutory requirements? I mean, if you got the flu, you got the flu. I don't think we need a statutory requirement to say that I can take a day off.
No, but I think the reason behind the expansion, let me give you another example. Previously, if a teacher was a parent and their children attended a school outside of Hamilton and their child had an IEP meeting during the school day, that previously would not be a permissible use of a sick day. They would have to either take a furlough day or a personal day to attend their child's IEP meeting. That was both statutorily and board policy. This expands the use of sick day to allow a staff member now to actually use a sick day to attend their child's IEP meeting, so long as they provide documentation for it. In addition to that, now you can use a sick day for a family member being sick that you have to care for, where previously you didn't have that.
Well, that I understand, but if you're not sick, how could you take a sick day?
Because the state of New Jersey has expanded the definition of what a sick day
So
is.
then it shouldn't be a sick day.
Well, it is.
But if they have a sick day, then they can use it.
law is written.
Well, I mean, think about it. I mean, if you have a child in school, there's no excused absence for a child. It's a very, very narrow scope for a kid, for a student. But for a staff member, they have multiple ways of using this as an excused absence.
Yes, but to that point, next month, you will see two addendum policies, or the month after, for first and second read, 3212 and 4212, which is then going to be your policy and regulation for the enforcement to ensure what is and is not an admissible use, and then how we're monitoring it, right? So to your point, it certainly expands it, but it doesn't create an unlimited field for staff members to use sick time so long as it's one of these days. We have set parameters for how many sick days can be taken. What will happen if you exceed the number of sick days that we have set? We reserve the right as a district to set specific days in the year that staff members cannot use a sick day. That's permissible under the law. So all of those guiding principles that we use to develop how we are monitoring this, you will see in addendums that are going to be coming the next month or two. In addition to this, we can or cannot agree with the expansion of the sick leave law. We have no control over it. It has already been passed, and it's already established statutorily. We have to abide by it, but we reserve the right to sort of manage and, for lack of a better term, police the use of that sick time in a way that fits with what we're doing. So we've spent a lot of time this year in meetings with the president of the Administrators Association, the president of the Teachers Association, myself as the president of the Directors Association, laying out the foundation of what sick leave is, how it is defined, what you can do, what you can't do, what documentation is required, how to provide that documentation to the district, the number of days you can use before there is a, for lack of a better term, a potential penalty for misuse of sick time. That's already all been clearly established with staff. It's been communicated. It's been given to them in multiple forms. And Dr. Copeland and myself are monitoring all of that on a monthly basis as we approach the end of the year. So yes, it has expanded the definition of what a sick day is. It has not expanded the number of sick days that a staff member gets. That's still contractual. So when you negotiate the teacher's contract and they get, I'm just using a number, they get 10 sick days, they still only get 10 sick days. But now they have a lot more reasons to use those 10 sick days permissible under the law.
But what the state has gone and done is allowed the staff to expand on the usage of those days, even if they're not sick.
Correct.
Does that sound logical? Doesn't to me. A sick day is when you're sick, not when you want to take off to watch, to do something personal. That should be a personal day.
Well,
but now they're allowing it to be used as a sick day.
Well, it's incumbent upon us to monitor the use of sick time, and we always reserve the right to request a note. And it's not, the thing that you don't see in this, but you actually do see in the bill, which I can provide to you, it clearly specifies what is and what is not an acceptable means of documentation for any of these categories that they are providing. For example, a staff member simply saying, I had to take the day because my child had an IEP meeting would not suffice. They actually need a note from their child's school that shows the day and time. A staff member saying, I had to take the day off to care for my sick brother-in-law.
Well, that's different.
Well, but even in that situation, there's specific medical documentation that would be required if requested in order for that not to be considered a misuse of sick time. So the law does expand the legal definitions of what sick time is, but it also specifies specifically how a staff member must document to meet the legal definition. So it does help us. At the same time, it's hurting us, if you can believe it.
I understand. Understand it. The way it sounds to me is that the state is allowing staff members, not this district, every district, to abuse a benefit that is offered by the district by expanding on the reason for being sick. You don't have to be sick now. So why is it called sick leave? It should be just leave. So, I mean, I understand it's by statute. I don't agree with it, but and I'm probably going to get an earful from one of my board members about it, and Mrs. Harvey.
Did you see
But
she was already
I
holding her
disagree-
mic?
I
Is that what that was, Rich?
I disagree with the whole concept. I think it's ridiculous. Sick days are for when you're sick, or if you have a catastrophic illness, or you get in an automobile accident or something like that. Not if you want to take off because you have to go to a school where your child goes.
The only thing, I completely agree with what you're saying. The only thing that I will say for us, and Dr. Copeland, correct me if I'm wrong, or Dr. Rocco or anybody else, this bill and the passage of this bill and our response to the passage of this bill, I would argue has put us in a better position to be better stewards and monitors on the use of sick time. And I think if Patty was here from the HCEA, or she would tell you that we went through a long, arduous process to sort of really develop a plan on how we're going to manage this effectively so that it isn't something that can be willy-nilly or used at will. Like, we do require documentation to be submitted to an anonymous place for review.
I understand that, but you're allowing people to take sick time when they're not sick.
Yes, you are.
That's the problem I have with it. I mean, you could bring in all the notes you want.
A valid problem.
But, and I'm sorry it took so long, but
That's okay.
I understand it's statute, but, I mean, I can't sit here and say yes on this.
I think if you review the
Oh, here it
policy
comes.
language, it might not be strictly sick, but they all have a relation to either mental health or well-being or sickness. So it's not just going to a child's school. It's going to your child's school related to their health or disability. So
But that's
that's
only one
related to
example.
what?
That's only one example.
No, but all of these
Multiple examples here.
examples, like domestic violence, if you need to seek medical treatment or relocate because you're a victim of domestic violence, that's included. Or psychological counseling, that's included. The definition is related to some sort of health, whether it's mental health or physical health.
Can we get that definition?
It's right here, yeah, it's in your packet.
It's in the policy.
You were looking at the wrong document. You're looking at the summary, but that's not what we're actually adopting. What we are proposed to be adopting is a policy that mirrors a statute and a regulation that offers 3 different options that Dr. Copeland has selected. But in the event that we move the policy and regulation the way it's written. The other options would be deleted out, and we would be left with just the language there. And it's open for discussion before the next meeting, whether you like the options that Dr. Copeland selected versus the other ones that are in there. So all of those mays and requires, I don't think are in the actual language that is proposed.
And they won't be in the final.
They be
the final
deleted out,
policy
only
will
the check mark.
Not have may, it will have will, it may, it won't.
Shall?
Yes.
Shall, exactly. That's the
It
point
requires.
of this, is to iron out all of that logistics. And like I said, in the coming month,
I'm gonna look
we'll
at this
see accompanying policy that outlines what the board's purview is with respect to staff attendance specifically.
Well, you're right. I only looked at the summary. I didn't
Yeah.
look at the other
And the
document.
summary is not what we're adopting at all. The summary
But the
just
summary
has
is
the,
part of the, is a synopsis of the document.
I don't know.
You've got a you've got a
That's just the
policy.
historical part of where they got to where they are. It's not the actual language.
And I think that
actual
the
language, I think you'd actually be happy with.
I think the regulation, if you look at the regulation is a little bit more specific because it actually does outline what documentation would be required under the specific categories. The law has expanded what is considered sick leave for staff, but it has also specified in great detail what will and will not qualify under that. And it has not expanded the number of days that staff members get.
I
They
know
still get the contractually obligated number of days.
So if you use up all your 10 days and then you can't go
You're
to your
done.
child's IEP, right, you'd still have to take the personal time or a furlough day.
Again, is a staff member allowed to take an unpaid sick day in this policy?
It's a furlough
A
day.
furlough day.
But that also, this is a completely different, that is also a board policy and a board purview that we have control over in the event that we didn't want that to happen. We can make that not happen. These are all things that we can and cannot do under, that's a different board policy, but we reserve the right at any time to not allow furlough days. That's not part of this. The sick leave doesn't permit sick leave beyond the contractual obligated number of days.
Oh, it's coming.
But those days, a furlough day, like Dr. Altabello is saying, is a different policy, but also we would require specific documentation, follow-up, those type of things. And we've done that in the past before.
Right.
So that's separate from this.
And we've denied it in the past for staff members. If it's a critical time, a Friday, like, we certainly have denied furlough
So
days.
what this is new regulation is putting more options in writing that's available to the staff.
It's making staff, yes, it's giving staff more options for what is a permissible sick day, where last year or 2 years ago, if I was having a mental health issue and I needed a day to go see a counselor myself, and the district asked me for a note, that may not have qualified under the previous statute as a permissible use of a sick day because it was quote-unquote mental health related. This is codifying the fact that that is a permissible use of a sick day so that no staff member in any school in New Jersey could be held liable or accountable for using a day for that purpose. I think that's the onus behind the legislation. It has expanded the reasoning, but I think that's because the previous versions provided a very narrow, limited reason. It was your own personal sickness. So if your child was sick, you couldn't use a sick day. If you were taking your mom for cancer treatment, that's not a sick day. You couldn't use a sick day for that.
So-
Now you can.
So this here, what I'm seeing here, this isn't a revision of old, this is a brand new of new.
Correct.
Correct. This is a new policy and regulation to align with the change in sick leave law that the governor put in place.
Because we're abolishing the old.
All right.
Correct. And we're abolishing the old policy, which was aligned to previous statutory requirement.
Thank you, Dr. Altabella, Dr. Copeland, Mrs. Harvey,
Thank you, Mr. Kanka. Ms. Soto, I
I
believe
know.
you
Dr.
have.
Ferrara.
I just wanted to add, I mean, as a parent
And the
of a
rest of the board
child
for
that had an
putting- And the rest of the
IEP.
board for putting up with me.
My daughter had an IEP in this district, and I was fortunate enough to work for an employer that gave me the time that I needed, but not everybody does have that luxury. And as a parent of this child in particular, who's sometimes made me want to pull my hair out, you know, it's sad then if you're only left with like 2 vacation days because you need it more than most. So I think this is just great progress. And as head of the Personnel Committee, I think it's also what applicants are looking for in jobs these days. They want flexibility. They want to be able to take care of their family. Work-life balance, workplace wellness is something that everybody talks about when it comes to recruitment too. And I think if we're going to stay, you know, competitive with neighboring districts, even if this wasn't a statute, this would be something I would highly recommend we consider because life is hard, you know, and we just have to be flexible where we can. And of course, we don't want anybody to take advantage, but we also, you know, don't want to be sticklers where we don't need to be.
Thank you, Ms. Soto.
And I'll just
I
add.
left the
if I may.
questions. Did you have a question?
No, just to add real quick, and I know we're wrapping this up, but, you know, I take your point, Mr. Kanka, really well of like having the word sick day. I think that has probably been phased out now, and it would probably be more appropriate to have like health and well-being days or something like that. But I think, you know, just the term sick day or sick leave or whatever, that's what is normal parlance, right? It's like what we use in our common talk. And so maybe that's a little misleading.
Yeah, but we have a new policy here. They should have identified it as something else instead of falling back.
You want to help lead the
old
charge
school.
to Trenton? We can go do that.
They ain't gonna listen.
And I'll just add, like, you know, my wife is a teacher in a neighboring district, and we've got 3 young kids. And so, you know, just leaning on that, especially in the winter time and the late fall, it was mandatory for, you know, our well-being and functioning of a house, right? Just because a kid's always sick. Every
Well,
week
that
there's a kid
I
sick.
understand.
Yeah. But I think also going beyond that, just really kind of outlining physical health and mental health and identifying that there are people with mental health challenges that do occur and there are episodes.
I understand that too.
Yeah. And I think this policy helps a lot in outlining what you can and can't do because, you know, some things come up and then I don't think, especially in emergency situations, you should be worrying so much about if I'm going to take a day off or I didn't put it in advance or I'm not going to, you know, get paid or something like that. So I think this is just really helpful overall.
I mean, we all have bad days
I agree.
throughout life. And, you know, all of a sudden we need mental health days because we had a bad day at work or
Well, I think even this is defined a little
rugby
better
all day on
because,
Sunday.
because there are mental illnesses that people have, and they're, from what I've read and from what I've understood during this conversation, there might be a reason for the administration to request documentation of, okay, you went through an episode this day through this day or whatever. Can you contact your clinician, your mental health provider, just for documentation so we can have that on record to justify it.
Thank you, Dr. McSheen. I believe I left off with Dr. Ferrara,
I have nothing, thank you.
Ms. Stanton,
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Harvey. No, thank you. Ms. Williams. No. Ms. Byrne,
No, thank you.
Mr. Kanka. Do you have any more questions?
I'm going to hold my comments for later, for other business.
Okay. Ms. Atwood, can you take us through roll call, please?
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Mr. Kanka?
I'm going to abstain on 7, yes on the rest.
Dr. McSheen?
I'll say yes to all.
Ms. Soto?
Yes.
Stanton?
Abstaining from number 4 and yes to the rest.
Ms. Williams?
Yes.
Byrne?
Yes.
Dr. Farrar?
Yes on everything, abstaining on number 4.
Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Motion's pass.
Mr. Kanka, can you take us through finance and operations?
Yes. As for recommendations of the superintendent, I move finance and operation motions 1 through 13.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Kanka, I'm going to start with you on any questions in regards to finance and operation agenda items.
Are you addressing me?
I am. Do you have any questions?
I have none at this time.
Ms. Byrne?
No, thank you.
Mrs. Williams?
No.
Ms. Harvey?
I would like to make a comment. I'm asking for the board to approve Finance Motion 11, and I wanted to explain the ramifications of that motion. The motion asks for the board to approve requesting funding from the Mercer County Improvement Authority to assist with the financing for the building of a new preschool and renovating our pools. This motion is an amendment to action that the board already took in January. The amendment was requested by the Mercer County Improvement Authority to include language of that we are doing a PLA and to be clear that there is no increase to the taxpayer. It's also setting a cap for the funding. These capital improvement projects were recommended by the community who came together for years to author the facility strategic plan. The committee was open to the public. Anyone could participate. Many people came and went to these meetings. These proposals were designed to move our district forward instead of in stagnation for the betterment of our children. Why Robinson was selected, it was one of 3, and the grant money that was tied to required us to submit the 3 plans to the state, and only Robinson was approved by the state. If you recall, we approved a grant from the state for preschool funding, but that only takes care of part of the cost. In order to avoid a tax levy, we have the opportunity to partner with the MCIA, and unless we amend the prior motion that we passed in January, we will lose that opportunity. This means that by approving the motion tonight, we can fund our capital improvements without raising the tax levy. A no vote on the motion would mean you do not support bringing preschool to our district with no added tax levy. Stated a different way, a no vote means you would rather have a different district receive the earmarked state funds for preschool rather than your own community. It would also allow another district to provide services and education that we know our youngest learners need. And how do I know that they need it? Just like in a science experiment, I have a control group and an experimental group. I have my older daughter who went through preschool and then was ready for elementary school with the basics. But then the pandemic struck for my youngest, who was in preschool at the time that the pandemic shut everything down. She lost out on those basics and then lost out on a kindergarten. To say her and her classmates are behind where they should be is an understatement. But we, as the board, have the power to try to help so that that doesn't happen again, that our youngest learners are prepared to be more successful. Do we have concerns about our test scores? Well, let's start by giving our residents, preschool-age children, the opportunity for a head start. Let's approve the funding with the Mercer County Improvement Authority so we don't say no to the preschool that the community asked for in the strategic plan. Some people have expressed concerns about the plan for the preschool, from its location to traffic studies to being 2 stories. But the current motion doesn't address those issues. It's solely about funding. Failing to fund means we can't move forward. It means a death nail in an otherwise admirable goal to bring one part of the facility's strategic plan to fruition. Recently, someone mentioned the origin of the word community, and it brought me back memories of my Latin class where I learned the word community is derived from the Latin word communis, meaning common, public, general, shared by many or all. And this plan is for the benefit of the public to be shared by many. We should continue to address the community's concerns for the preschool and work towards addressing those concerns. We have not approved final architectural plans, so there's still time to discuss all of those things that people have come forward to tonight. But there won't be an opportunity to discuss them unless we vote yes on the motion. The motion further addresses a plan for the strategic facilities plan to renovate the pools. The pools are not fully functional right now. We have the chance to renovate that space for the benefits of our students without a tax levy. We should seize that opportunity. Like the preschools, any issues with the design can still be addressed. But saying no tonight to the funding means we keep broken pools that do not serve our students. They are just wasted space. Progress means advancing or developing towards a better state. Voting yes moves us forward to better our community by using dollars that would otherwise go to other districts to help our own students increase the desirability of our school district and, in turn, increases our property values. So I ask you to vote yes on motion 11. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Ms. Stanton?
No questions, thank you.
Dr. Ferrara?
No questions.
Ms. Soto?
No questions, thank you.
Dr. McSheen?
No question, just a comment, and thanks, Ms. Harvey, for voicing your opinion on that. And I just want to actually thank the people who came out tonight to hear about the presentation and brought up some good questions. And I think a lot of the questions that were brought up were questions that board members have had, and we've had a chance to talk about it, and you brought it up here, and we were able to talk about it all together. I understand that the process has felt a little weird in a way. But I just want to echo my support for pre-K in general, and also offer that, I think Dr. Rocco and his team have been willing and able to answer most of my questions, or working towards it, and I greatly appreciate that. And I'm just kind of zooming out for like half a second here and thinking, if not, tonight we're just voting on accepting, moving towards financing the project, and if we can't finance the project's not going to happen. Given the timing of everything, I don't see a way forward in implementing pre-K in a reasonable level if we don't move forward now. And we heard suggestions about adding some classrooms to a bunch of different schools, and I think we all wish if we had infinite money and can just infinite time and build a couple classrooms there, a couple classrooms there, that would be an easy way. But no, it's not going to be what happens. It's not going to be that there's always a huge patch of land that we can just buy and make a new preschool and have the millions, tens of millions of dollars that it's going to take to do that. It's going to start with something, and this is, I think, the something that we have to start with. And is it going to house every student possible? No, that's just not what it's going to be. But it's a step, and I've always been in favor of how the district is taking steps towards something. And there is a lot of uncertainty in the future. If anyone's looking at buying a house or adding onto their house, I'm sure they're feeling that now. We're feeling it as a district. But at the same time, I'm of the opinion that things are rarely ever going to get better and cheaper. They're only going to get more expensive and more complicated. And I think it's important that we continue discussion on what the facility is going to look like, but that's ongoing. Right now, if we approve moving forward on the financial step, then we can keep having those conversations. And, if there's tweaks to the building that need to happen, I'm sure that we'll take them. So just wanted to put my opinion out there, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McSheen. I just had a quick question, and it's kind of a follow-up to what Dr. McSheen was saying, as well as Ms. Harvey, and also the earlier presentation. For item number 11, just to clarify and confirm, voting on this item is an actual amendment to what we voted on in January, correct? And this is just to move forward, but it is not the final approval of any plans or projects, correct? Correct.
Go ahead, Ms. Atwood.
Correct. Okay. I just think it was important to clarify. I believe Ms. Harvey said it, as well as Dr. McSheen, and I believe Dr. Rocco had stated that in his presentation. But I just wanted clarification and confirmation of that. So I thank you very much. Okay. Seeing that there are no other questions, Ms. Atwood, can you take us through roll call, please?
Ms. Harvey?
I am abstaining on number 9, purchase order 2503940. Yes to the rest.
Mr. Kanka?
Yes.
Dr. McSheen?
Yes.
Soto?
Yes.
Stanton?
Yes.
Ms. Williams?
Yes.
Byrne?
I'm abstaining from motions 2, 4, and 11. Yes to the rest.
Dr. Farrar?
I'm abstaining on 11, yes to the rest.
Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Motions pass.
Okay. Ms. Soto, can you take us through personnel items?
Upon recommendation of the superintendent, I move personnel items 1 through 15.
Second.
So do any board members have any questions in regards to personnel items? Dr. McSheen, I will start with you.
Yes, I was wondering if we could hear from either Dr. Rocco or Dr. Copeland, whoever would be best positioned to kind of just highlight and give a rationale for the comprehensive equity plan and any changes or anything like that.
Sure, I'll let Dr. Copeland do that as he spearheaded the project this year.
Sure. The comprehensive equity plan, it's required by the state. It's in statute every 3 years. Each district in New Jersey needs to go through that audit of the programs and services that are offered throughout the district. The last time this was completed in the district was 2019. It expired in 2022, but the state allowed the district, all districts, to file extensions for 22, 23, and 24. And now is the time to complete the new plan. We started meeting in January, where the committee was formed. We held several meetings, and we collected data and other artifacts from administration, as well as members of the committee. That information was then put into the plan, reviewed, discussed, and determined where we were compliant, and areas where we may not have been compliant. I'm pleased to say that the district was compliant in all areas. There are some recommendations for us to continue to remain compliant. Those recommendations are in the latter part of the plan, but it was a healthy process, and it was a process which we are proud of, and tonight that plan is on the agenda for your consideration. The next step would be to submit it to the county superintendent for their review, and we would await their determination.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Copeland. Any other questions, Dr. McSheen?
Nope, I'm all set. Thank you.
Ms. Soto?
No, thank you.
Dr. Ferrara?
I just need to announce that on 4A6, I am not related to that person, so I will be voting yes.
Thank you. Ms. Stanton?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Harvey?
No, thank you.
Ms. Williams?
No, thank you.
Ms. Byrne?
No, thank you.
Mr. Kanka?
Nothing.
Okay. So I would like to, at this time, recognize some of our retirements this evening. We do have 4 retirements this evening. So as a board member and as a parent with children in the district, there are times where you come across individuals throughout your children's academic journey that truly make a very impactful moment in your life as well as your children's lives. So the first person that I am going to announce is one of those individuals, and I can say not only myself and my family, but this individual is going to be greatly missed. So I'll start with 12 years of service to Hamilton Township, the principal at Mercerville Elementary School, John, as we know him, Jack Byrne. 25 and a half years service to Hamilton, educational assistant, Reynolds Middle School, Linda Sismedia. 14 years service to Hamilton, bus driver in the district, Patricia DePinto. 26 years service to Hamilton, a teacher of science at Hamilton High East, Judah Lovelace. I want to congratulate you. I would like to congratulate you all on your retirement, and I thank you so much for your dedication here in Hamilton, and we wish you all the best in your future. So thank you. Ms. Atwood, can you take us through roll call?
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Mr. Kanka?
Yes.
Dr. McSheen?
Abstain on 2D1, and yes to the rest.
Ms. Soto?
Yes.
Stanton?
Yes.
Ms. Williams?
Yes.
Ms. Byrne?
Abstain motion 14, yes to the rest.
Dr. Farrar?
Yes.
Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Motion's pass.
Okay. So at this time, we have other business. So do any board members have anything to discuss under other business? Mr. Kanka, I'll start with you.
I do. I just want to touch base on a couple items that I observed. You know, as a committee member or a committee chair for the Finance Committee, you know, I talk about how, you know, things get dragged out in our committee meetings, but Dr. Rocco puts in a lot of time and he explains a lot of the issues like he took time with the budget. And as a board member, I really appreciate that. I may joke around a little bit about it, but it's something that he does. He takes a lot of time, and, you know, we sit there and we listen to presentation after presentation, and it gets drummed into your head, and you hear it so many times about what they want to do and how they want to proceed, and trying to make sure that all the students in Hamilton Township get an equal opportunity here with the money that we have available to allocate for these students. As far as the budget process goes, it starts early in the calendar year, probably around September, October. But Dr. Rocco and his staff, they post a calendar of events for the budget process. I guess it's sometime in November or early December. And if people would just log onto the site, they would see when the next meeting is and what this discussion is going to be about. There's probably 15 or 16 meetings that take place, and they're all online for anybody to see that wants to have input as far as the board, the public. So if they would just use their resources at home, they could follow the process, very simple, just like the board members have to follow the same process. When Dr. Rocco puts out a memorandum that goes into board docs or whatever, you have to use the resources that are readily available to you that the district puts out. If you don't use those resources and you come in here and at the 11th hour wanting to know what's going on, well, you have to use what's already available to you. And if you don't do that, you can't come up to the microphone and say that nobody knew about it, because everybody knew about it if they just used what was available that the district put out. And as far as his conversation with the board on the MCIA project, the financing, there was a lot of conversation that went on. This was a program that was brought to the district, that was made available to the district at the 11th hour. There was a lot of conversation that had to take place in the middle of Dr. Rocco's presentation of strategic plan. This all took place in January. We had to move on this because the funding is only available for a small window. So if we don't take advantage of that, like Mrs. Harvey stated in her comments, somebody else is going to get that money. We haven't built anything in this township since 83. We've done a lot of improvements here, but we don't have nothing new. And for us to be able to do this with no impact on the taxpayers of this district is just a phenomenal feat. So if you have questions, that's fine. But as far as the board fast-tracking this, it was fast-tracked for a reason. It was fast-tracked because it was presented to us in January by the business administrator who just found out about it, and that's why we moved on this. There was no secretive meetings. It was just something that had to be done, or we were going to lose the opportunity. We had to put in the request for the 3 sites at a specific time so this could get approved. So as far as being secret, no. It was just the time frame, the amount of work that had to be done between the district and our architect, Spiesel. They worked hand in hand, and the board, he tried making everything available. Dr. Rocco tried making everything available to us as soon as he was made available. We had a meeting Monday night on something of another issue. Dr. Rocco showed me on his laptop something he got in on his laptop that day from Spiesel on changes that were brought up that the board had questions about. And they worked that quickly to get that information out. So, there's no secretive things going on here. It's just, it's an unusual situation, not like we did with the referendum, where money was sought out for specific projects, and it was brought before the voters. It was something that took a couple of years to bring to fruition. We didn't have that opportunity here. We had to move fast, or we were going to lose out. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Kenka. Ms. Byrne? Okay, Ms. Williams?
I just want to echo what Ms. Harvey and what Mr. Kenka had said, because I know that I'm new to the board, but I have to say that the way it's been explained to me and the way I see it is that this whole thing with the pre-K and moving our district forward, and the future starts now. We are one of the only school districts in the area that do not offer a pre-K. I know that there's a lot of our community members that maybe don't come out to these meetings, but I really have to say, I don't think it's that they don't care, or, that I think that there's a majority of our community members that are happy that we're going to have a pre-K. I think it's going to serve its purpose well. It's absolutely needed. And I just think that it's an exciting time. So I understand, and you know, I have to say also that this is also something that was a use it or lose it, right? So to echo what Ms. Harvey said, you know, it would have went to somebody else. Like, who are we as a district if we're not trying to help the students that we serve? Why? I can understand there being questions, and I can understand people wanting to understand more and learn more, but that doesn't mean that we don't do anything, we don't move forward, that we just stay status quo. I mean, that's not who we are, and that's not who we should be. So I just want to say thank you to everybody coming out. I totally understand everybody's questions. I totally understand if people want to look at traffic. If, you know, there's concerns that we're hearing, but at the same time, and also, you know, I have to say, and I'm sure it's already been said, but I want to echo it, that not only is it use it or lose it, but there are certain criterias and there's certain stipulants that you have to, they're letting us know that we cannot, because it was already asked, can we put it a pre-K on, you know, feeder schools, so different elementary schools within the district, can we do it that way? But no, we're being told that it has to be one location. So that's how we have to use the funds. And again, it's not going to cost the taxpayers any extra money. So I just thank everybody for their concern, continue to ask questions, but I hope that everybody understands and looks at this as a positive and not so much as a negative. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Ms. Harvey? Thank you. Ms. Stanton?
I wanted to thank my fellow board members, Ms. Harvey, Mr. Kanka, and Ms. Williams for speaking on this, because I do truly believe that this would be something that's beneficial for the district now and in the long run. I know that, you know, there's been community members that have spoken up about concerns to do with our ratings and our test scores and things like that. And truly, both as an educator, a parent, and someone who's on the board at this point, I can tell you that one of the best steps that we can take to ensure that our students are doing better academically is to set them up, excuse me, with a sound early childhood education. And this is an opportunity for us to do this. We should really, truly be embracing this. I understand there are certain things about it. I mean, personally, I would love if we could have it all on one floor, just like there's other folks that would love for us to be able to put it, you know, small parts of it throughout different campuses. We need to, at this point, all just kind of work together and take into consideration that no one's going to be 100% happy, but that this is going to be incredibly beneficial for all of the students and for the taxpayers, because it's not raising our taxes, but it will definitely raise our property values if our children continue to improve and continue to work at a better level because of the early childhood education that they're afforded. So I do think that it's great that we're getting more questions from the community, but I do want to thank my fellow board members for moving forward with this.
Thank you, Ms. Stanton. Dr. Ferraro?
I'm going to shift gears and do my usual, here comes spring and here come the ticks. So right now, the ticks are the size of poppy seeds. Actually, sesame seeds is probably a better analogy. And the latest research out is now, and much of it is coming out of Red Bank from a psychiatrist, but there was a study out of Bulgaria this week that connected tick infections to autism. And this is not new, because the psychiatrist in Red Bank has also connected it to Lyme disease. But in Bulgaria, it was a woman who was being treated for a tick infection, whose child ended up with autism, and there was a child who was born who became infected and ended up with autism. It is one answer. It is not the answer, but it is important right now to make sure your kids don't roll around in high grass, that they stay out of shaded areas, which is where a lot of the ticks like to hide because it's damp and it's moist. And if you're gonna let your kids play on the grass, put down something white, like a white sheet, so you can see if the ticks are crawling around. And I would encourage everybody to read Consumer Reports and find a tick repellent that suits your needs, whether you're okay with permethrin or whether you want something natural. But it's really critical these infections really hit the nervous system. They're very hard to treat, and there are not a lot of people who are well-versed in treating them. And you could be treated for many months and many years. So I really encourage people to take it seriously, especially right now, because you won't see if you got bitten. And you may get a rash and you may not. You may get a bullseye and somebody will go, oh yeah, that's a bullseye rash, you've got Lyme disease. Or you can just get a rash and people could say, yeah, okay, you have a rash. So I really want to caution people because the ticks are prevalent and they're really prevalent in the Northeast. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Farrar. Ms. Soto?
I'm just going to shift back really quickly. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I do want to thank Rich for bringing up the fact that we are privy to a lot of information that you may not see. And so when presentations happen, oftentimes it's usually our second, third, fourth time seeing it. And though it may be your first, and that may seem uncomfortable, I just want to remind folks that we've been elected to this position to really represent your views, and we're listening, we're reading the emails, and we're hearing what you're saying, and we're asking the important questions. We don't all think alike. We don't. We have arguments around the table, and we represent the communities that have elected us to the space. So know that everything you put forth is being heard, is being addressed. We're asking the questions for you because we're here to serve the community as best, we want the best for the district and for our community. So I know, it may be uncomfortable for some hearing it for the first time, but I don't know how else I can say it, but we really are getting a lot of information and continuously going back. There is, for us, really an open door, open phone policy with Dr. Rocco and his team, and so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Soto. Dr. McSheen?
Yeah, I just want to thank again the board members and also the participants in the audience for mostly coming up and stating their opinions in a respectful way. It's really important that we do that. And, I understand, I attended board meetings for a while before I ran for school board. Sometimes it can feel like we're up here and we just have decided what we're doing, and no matter what anyone out there says, we're just going to do it. But that's really not the case. And I think it's hard to be on the other side until you're on the other side, because there are very difficult decisions you have to make. There are very difficult things when it comes to student behavior, administrative hearings and things like that are really gut-wrenching sometimes. There are things that are really enjoyable about being a school board member, and there are huge challenges that are emotional. And I also wanted to thank one of the people who came up and they stated that they were making an emotional statement. And I think it is emotional, because when I was thinking about the pre-K, it's very emotional to me as someone as someone whose parents were not doing financially that great when I was a young kid, and I was thankfully became part of the Head Start pre-K program. And who knows, counterfactually, I'll never know if the pre-K helped me get to where I feel like I am now with I hate to say, oh, I'm so great or anything. It's not that. It's that, I've seen how lacking support early on can really change someone's direction, and someone getting support when they didn't have it really changes their direction too. So when I was thinking of the pre-K program and we're still moving and still figuring out steps, part of me is always thinking, if we don't have an established pre-K program and it stops 10 kids, 100 kids, 300 kids, 1,000 kids from not getting that education, what is that doing to their life when we have the power to do something to support them and make them, at least help them get a better step towards being more successful. So, and everyone has their thoughts around this and all the other topics. And so I appreciate us all bringing both the emotion and the facts and everything else to the table so that we can have these discussions, because that's why we're here. That's why there's 9 of us, so that we can air different opinions and hopefully be constructive on it. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McSheen. So at this time, I'm going to move on to hearing the public.
Mrs. Thornton?
Yeah, Mr.
Can I
Kanka.
just
You have a
want to add
follow-up
one thing.
question?
I want to just follow up on Dr. Ferrara said. We have a lot of families in this district, and what Dr. Ferrara said about, I'm going to say the TIC movement, it's important because, there's families that go out, that go camping. And if we can maybe put something on the school website under health and welfare, so to speak, to make parents aware of what Dr. Farrar has just brought up, I think it would really would help out, because, I'm a camper and I take my grandkids out. And you never know what you're finding on the ground out there. So if there's something out there that we can avoid, let's let the community know about it. If we can get it up on the website, like I said, not everybody can come to the meetings, not everybody can tune in. They have children at home, there's homework to do and stuff, other curricular activities. But if it's something that they get 2 minutes or so during the day or on their lunch break, they can log on and see what the updated news is for the district. I think it would be real helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Kanka.
And thank you very much, Dr. Farrar.
You're very welcome, Mr. Kanka. I'll send you some sites where you can buy permethrin-infused socks. You can buy clothing that's already got permethrin in it. You don't have to worry.
Not to be the bummer and the buzzkill here, but just want to correct your statement a little bit. It doesn't have to be camping. It doesn't have to be in the woods. Ticks
Anywhere.
Yeah.
Anywhere. They can be on your perfectly manicured backyard, and
They can be
that's
coming
what the
in with
challenge
your
is.
Well,
dog.
you're not correcting, you're just adding to it.
Adding, that's right.
Listen,
It's an amendment
my
to the
dog
statement.
brought one into the house. My dog brought a Lone Star tick into the house.
But
And
I
the-
think if
and
it's
the Lone
something that
Stars-
if it's something we know, we should pass it on.
Yeah. Well, listen,
Do have health reports here too.
Yeah, well, there's several of us on this board. I mean, people were like, nobody knew about this. You've got the Hamilton Township Community Supporting Education that put out the budget memo, and they put out that tonight was going on. I put out something that was going on. Ms. Soto did, Ms. Stanton did, Ms. Williams did. So, and the district put it out on all its social media sites. So, it was publicized. And I think Ms. Williams talked to people, did you not?
I did.
Yeah, so people have busy lives.
So I think we should have a news alert.
All right, you want me to write it?
When you look on air, what's new? What's going on?
We should have a
For all
banner going
wonderful-
across.
Do we have an
For all
Instagram account?
wonderful suggestions.
We do have an Instagram account? Yeah,
Those are all wonderful suggestions, and I thank you very much. So, Dr. Rocco, you might have a little homework to look into.
We have a community update coming up, so just pass information over.
There you go. Okay, so I'm going to move on to hearing of the public on school-related matters, and I'm going to start with Janice Glonick.
Is it true her middle name is cursive, Janice Cursive Glonick?
Yes.
Okay, Janice and Nancy were nice, as I say, Glonick.
Janice C. Glonick, is that better?
Pardon?
Janice C. Glonick.
Janice C. Glonick, Janice Cursive Glonick, okay. The elementary has report cards due this week. The teachers have 5 subjects to average out and record, plus write a comment, which takes the longest. You have to read what you said before and then phrase your comment to say what you want in a professional manner. All of this takes at least 3 hours to do on their own time. They had all day for workshops on Friday. Why wasn't one in the afternoon given for report cards to ease 1.5 hours off this 3-hour time? Really, they should have had the whole afternoon of 3 hours to do them. I've explained over and over again about the workload, and you don't seem to care. Whoever is in control of elementary needs to come and do the work to see firsthand if they have to. It's like you don't value or have any respect for the elementary teachers. That workshop day was ideal. There are districts that give their teachers a half day each month. We'd like just 3 half days at the 3 report card times. Plus, due in a week or 2 are the rating trimester tests, the science trimester tests, and the math trimester tests, which have to be given. Each takes about 1.5 hours to mark, record, and send to link it to the head office on the teacher's own time. No one even knows if these scores are looked at, since they don't use Linkit, but this MTSS. Plus, the supply order is due. That's a total of a minimal 8 to 9 hours of the elementary teacher's own time after school, plus doing the normal workload of lesson plans, marking tests, and homework. Speak about a cruel situation. And after every math unit throughout the year, they have to do the unit math test, mark it, and send it by Linkit. And it's not just the correct answer or total. Each question has 2 to 3 answers, which must be sent individually. One teacher had 21 students do a 14-question test that needed 294 answers to be sent in. That's a bit of time, I would say. Let's get real. The Thursday or Friday before report cards needs to be a half day every marking period, and you can start this June. Have some feeling, respect, and caring for your elementary staff. This overload is why people don't want to become elementary teachers, and we need them. They're the foundation of your education system, so we got to keep them in good shape. Okay, and just a couple comments of what people said. That one lady about the bullying, that is terrible. I mean, and as I've said before, and I thought I would get shot going out of here one night, it's parenting. It's the parenting, and a man on TV last night said about these young kids doing the shooting, he even said, it's parenting. We need to have a course to teach parents how to parent. And they should have to, when you're pregnant, you have to go to hospital, get checked, you have to learn how to be a parent. So, but that is the big problem right there, the parenting. And also, if you see something, say something. So if a kid sees somebody being bullied, they should go to their teacher and say, Sally's being bullied. And so they can go and break it up right away. That's what the police keep preaching. See something, say something. And maybe we could stop it that way too. And I think Mr. Yuka said, I think he was talking about you guys not answering questions when they ask. Back in the days of the Pilgrims and when I came to school board meetings, they did it, but people got out of touch, kept, no, this, and kept arguing and arguing and arguing, so they had to cut it. That was the logic to that move.
Thank you, Ms. Klonick. Chanel Vickers Ames.
Hi, Chanel Vickers Ames. Just have some questions and concerns. First, let's start off with updating the school websites and the calendar updates. Like, I'm curious to know if that's on a school level or a school board level, because some schools don't update on a monthly basis. And I have parents asking me what events are happening and flyers go out the week of. So I'm just wondering who takes care of that, if it's the school or if it's the actual school board. Next, safety precautions. I'm never gonna live it up. This is my battle and I'm gonna ride it out. So how do we figure out how to make the parents feel more safe or have them think about the safety at drop off and pick up? My son missed the bus. Yes, my son missed the bus 4 times last week here at Grace. And I watched every day 5 parents bust a U-turn into traffic. It took everything in my power not to get out of my car and scream and yell. I wanted to take pictures, I wanted to do everything, but I'm just a parent. It's out of my control. We as the board, again, you all were elected, you gotta help me help the schools fix this problem because this is crazy. I watched a lady do a K-turn and stop traffic right at the crosswalk. So that is gonna be an ongoing situation forever. Is there a procedure for classroom safety for the individual doors at the elementary school levels? I know Wilson has individual doors and some teachers have the door panels covered and some don't. It was brought to my attention by a parent asking what is the procedure to that if the school has different policies against it, because the schoolyard itself is open area and people can walk in and just look in the doors. So we're just wondering what the policy would be on covering the windows to the doors. What else? And attendance report. I have it set up for Power School to send me my monthly report. Just received the most current one this week. And it appears that the monthly report that is sent out does not match Power School. Don't know what happened, but it appears my son has 48 absences, but when I go onto the Power School website, he actually only has 12. I'm confused on what's happening. I know math. I don't know if it's like a miscommunication, but when I got the email, I definitely reached out to a couple of his teachers, and they were like, no, that's not correct. But that's what I received in the email, so just wanted to bring that to your attention so we can fix it. Because if it's happening to me as one parent, how many other parents is it actually happening to? Thank you.
Thank you. John Muka?
Good evening again. Well, we've seen the school board at its best tonight, and we've just seen it at its absolute worst. Now, you people that have all these opinions about what the community is saying and criticizing you, it sounds an awful lot like a personal attack on me, because I sent you all an email with 5 questions, and you talk about using the tools that are available. Well, I don't know why most of you can't use the tool of email just to respond back and acknowledge an email that you get. Now, I'm trying to be a team player here, and this is a big project. It's $283 million. But I've worked on bigger projects than that. I've worked on teams that put satellites at 22,000 miles over the earth in my time at Lockheed Martin and other places. So I've been on big projects before. And my whole career has been with helping teams make better decisions. And you have a lousy process here. Now, I don't know how you did this, but you rolled out this budget in stages since January, 4 meetings worth. And only today did I find out that we're talking about $60 million worth of spending on the pools and this new building. Now, maybe I missed it somewhere in the 3.5-hour long meetings that you hold, in the videos that don't get posted till a month after the meeting takes place, because you don't even record it, but it gets posted somehow. You can do a much better job in informing people like me, and then when somebody like me sends you an email asking for some information, a chance to talk and work these things out, you can at least acknowledge it and say, well, I don't want to do that with you. And I don't think that we need to go through this same process that we went through with the books, a Mrs. Harvey special, in terms of a secret committees, two or three secret committees that had several meetings and we had no information about it, never invited to participate, even though we brought the complaints, and then suddenly a decision was made and announced. And this is the same process, and I'm hearing the same thing from Mrs. Harvey. Just sit back and just take what's handed out here. because you should have known better. You should have been at all these things. All right, well, produce the minutes of those meetings with the attendance, which is what I asked for in the email. And then we can talk some more. So this is all about communication that brings unity to a situation here in Hamilton. And there's a lot of things you're trying to do here. And I'm not against pre-K. I have a 3-year-old granddaughter, and I hope she gets a great education. And I'm just planning on how to be alive long enough to see her graduate from high school, because I know I'm not going to make it long enough to see her get married. So getting through high school is the main thing. And I hope she runs into some good schooling where she is. And I want exactly that good thing for every one of the students that we have in Hamilton. So let's work together, let's communicate, let's answer questions, and get this process moving forward and make the best choices. Because I don't care how educated any one of you is, nobody has all the right answers. And nobody has all the wrong answers either. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muka. Peg Kirkhoff?
Hello again. This is Peg. Started to come up here and say something else, but down to 15 seconds now. But as I was listening and seeing what went on here tonight, about 20 years ago, I was involved in the process of building a new lab building out in Ewing Township. And what I found very interesting is that we're here now talking about budget, but we already have our architect's plans. How did we get an architect to do this before we even have approval for the funds to do it? Where are the funds for the architect coming? Are they in this bill? Is this being paid for here? This process is convoluted at best. Now, again, you may have been talking behind with your meetings, obviously, but that raised a big flag to me. When did the architect get this? He didn't do this in January. I would be astounded if somebody could sit up there and tell me that this architect was not contracted until January, when apparently this other money came in that you have to get it now before the whole thing falls apart. So something is going on here. You folk all know what it is. It would be nice if you shared it with us. That process, I don't understand. You put the cart before the horse, in my mind, in that respect. The other thing I'm saying is, talking about preschool. Okay, so there's a preschool for 90 kids already in this township because of their zip codes. Okay, are those preschools filled? Are they to capacity? A question. I don't ever remember hearing about the preschools before. Another question. So what's going to happen to them? And again, this whole grant about if you can attach, where are these preschools? In the individual schools? Okay, questions. These things have not been addressed to my satisfaction. Okay? And again, and how can you say, I question how your research was on this. Now you're going to have a meeting with the people from Robinson. Now you're going to have a traffic study. Again, the cart before the horse. Wouldn't this have been a better way to think this out had you done those things first instead of doing them after when it's a done deal? And you ask why people don't feel like they're involved? Okay, you had 3 sites, you said. You had to choose a site. When did that happen? Well, how do you think the people feel about that? So how this process is being done is wrong. And I have been up here before about other things, and yes, you are elected to represent the people, but I don't think in a lot of ways you're doing a very good job. Thank you.
Rose Griegel? Ms. Griegel, if you would like to come up to the microphone, you are welcome to, but you cannot scream from the audience. You're more than welcome to come up to the microphone. I cannot address because I did not hear it. We did ask everyone in the audience, as you heard Dr. Rocco say, to make sure that you continue and everyone continues to have decorum. If we were to have heard anything, we would have shut it down because we want to make sure that we have decorum. You're more than welcome to come up to the microphone. Thank you.
You didn't hear Tony Celentano either. Maybe you did. But you published an article about him without even talking to him first. And like I said, that guy right there, every time he shows up, heckles whoever is at the microphone. And it happens to be people like me, Mrs. Byrne, these other people here. It was what?
Sir, please do not make comments from the audience,
And
please.
Mrs. Byrne separated herself from that man, but he continued to heckle Mrs. Byrne at the microphone. He did it to me now. And you don't do anything about it. Nothing.
Just addressed it.
What?
We addressed it twice.
Right, yeah, why don't you have him not show up anymore? This guy is a repeat offender.
Public, sir, please
Sir,
do not
please.
He's against fascism. What is that even supposed to mean?
Sir, I apologize, but I am going to have to ask you to leave if you continue making comments from the audience. I'm sorry.
He's the reason my microphone was shut off last time. I was told to sit my ass down. What's going on here? You have Dr. Ferrara who won't even pose in a picture with Mrs. Byrne. And I'm going to stand up here for my 2 minutes, and I want you to explain to me why people like Mr. Muka, when he does, he is targeted. Mr. Kanka, that whole thing about, nothing is done in secrecy or anything like that, that was directed at Mr. Muka. All his questions, you guys are always directing at certain people. Certain people are cut off. I've heard Mr. Muka cut off at the microphone because he was supposedly campaigning. But you didn't tell him before he got up to the microphone that campaigning wasn't allowed. And he wasn't even saying that. He was saying he was coming to Oktoberfest. You have rules for us, but not for anybody else. And we go around the table and we hear everybody say this stuff about the public and how disappointed and disheartened they are. I've heard you say that, Mr. McSheen. When somebody doesn't say what
Again,
you
Ms. Kriegel,
think.
please address me as the president and not the board members.
I wish you guys had had that same policy when she got on the board. Sue Lombardo did a pretty good job doing it, but I've heard people talk about it before. I've heard people come up here and talk about neo-Nazi Christians in Ohio, homeschooling. And you guys don't tell them to be quiet. And that because of that, we need to have overreach into the community over homeschoolers, which doesn't even make any sense. And why would I show up to a DCR meeting when the complaints that we filed, you were going to do it for summer reading 2 years ago? You said?
Address the president of the
If you would like to
board.
talk to me after, I'm happy to talk with you.
No, I don't see the point in showing up to a DCR meeting or anything because it's a ruse. It's nothing but a ruse. And, the fact that Mrs. Burns' taxes were fact-checked very quickly at that budget meeting is embarrassing, unprofessional, when people have been sitting on those complaints for over 2 years.
Thank you, Ms. Kriegel. Okay, at this time, can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion passes.